All right, you may be seated. Does she have one? I can't see. Testing. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The state called Nathan Klinger.
All right.
Okay, you're going to stand before the judge and you're going to raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Nathan Klinger, Klingher.
Thank you. Mr. Klinger, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes,
And in what capacity?
I was one of the producers.
All right. And as a producer, what were your job responsibilities particularly?
My primary job responsibility was helping to close and raise all the financing and then confirming that the movie got finished.
Okay. So even though you were involved mainly in financing, were you on the set every day or almost every day?
Yeah, I would say almost every day or for some capacity of time.
Okay. Thank you. The main reason we've asked you here today is because the defendant, Ms. Gutierrez, testified at an OSHA hearing that she had spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan, that she had asked you all for additional training time with Mr. Baldwin. Do you recall any conversation like that with the defendant?
I don't recollect that conversation, and I feel confident I would.
Okay. So if she had approached you with this conversation, you believe that's something you would remember?
Yeah,
correct?
I believe that, yeah.
All right. Did you have very many conversations with the defendant on the set? Or at all?
No, very few. I don't recollect many conversations at all.
Great. That's it. Pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Klinger, I believe I heard you say that your primary primary as producer was financing, right?
Correct.
Does financing involve gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of the film?
Yes.
Okay, and so in order to be an investor for the funding of the film, do you have to be accredited, like have a certain net worth?
No.
Can anyone be an investor for the film?
Yeah, if you invest.
Okay. Is there a threshold amount that you would require, in other words, to be an investor of the film?
No.
So I can invest in a film for $100?
Yes, but yes, you could theoretically.
But what?
That would be a lot of legal work for a very small investment.
Okay. So is it fair to say you're looking for big investments, right?
I would say so.
And do you know, do you have any knowledge of Rust's, if any of the Rust's costs were returned, or the amount, how much of Rust's costs were actually returned by New Mexico tax credits for filming here?
Not directly, I don't believe.
Are you aware of any of Rust's costs being returned by New Mexico's tax credits?
What do you mean by returned?
I guess I mean by being able to claim costs as a tax credit.
Yeah, a percent of the budget would be a tax credit.
Do you know what percent of the budget is a tax credit?
Not directly. My assumption is somewhere between 20 and 25%.
Okay. All right. Who would be responsible for determining the actual budget? And what I'm looking for is basically what was in each envelope for various things to film. Do you understand?
Yeah, the line producer, I would believe.
And who's the line producer?
Gabrielle Pickle.
All right. Does the line producer also collaborate with the production team on budget issues?
Yes.
So as a producer, do you have any oversight over the budget?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what funds were set aside for the armor in the budget?
No.
As a producer, do you consider yourself responsible for ensuring there were sufficient funds available for, let's say, below the line workers to have a safe production?
I didn't build the budget, so I wouldn't have knowledge of directly what was allocated to what.
Okay, so you don't consider yourself responsible for that part?
No.
Do you recall any safety issues on set?
I recall when Lane Looper quit, he flagged some safety issues.
Okay, and Lane Looper actually sent an email, did he not?
Yes.
And was that email a day before the shooting death of Miss Hutchins?
Yes.
And as the producer, did you do anything in response to that?
I confirmed the necessary day-to-day production staff who oversaw the set were on that email, and yeah, I made sure that they were aware of it, yeah.
Okay, and when you say the necessary production staff, who are you referring to?
Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters.
Okay. Did you do anything to allot more armor days to the budget?
No.
Were you aware of an accidental discharge that occurred on set?
I don't believe so.
And were you there on location on the day of the shooting?
Not directly on location, no, at base camp.
Okay, is base camp actually there on the location of the...
It's on the ranch, but it was quite a ways from the actual location.
All right. Were you aware if on that day there was an attorney representing the production company there on set?
Not directly, because to my knowledge, she wasn't representing the production company.
Okay, so you are aware of an attorney there, right?
Yes.
Do you know who she was representing?
No.
After you became aware of the shooting, did you actually head up to the church?
Yes.
And did you do anything when you went up there?
I remember I helped carry some pews so the ambulance could drive in.
Okay, did you help carry those pews out of the church where the shooting had occurred?
No, they were already outside of the church. I just helped move them out of the way of the sort of entrance to the church.
Okay. And the producers, how many producers were there actually?
I believe there were six. There were six.
Do you know, are there two producers by the name of Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. What are their last names?
One was Ryan Smith and one was Ryan Winterstern.
Okay. Now, you said that you were there, I believe, on the day of the shooting. You told us your role. Are you aware, I guess, were you ever interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Just a minute, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just one very quick question. Are you the only producer with the first name Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're excused.
State calls John Ziello.
Judge, you can raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a seat. Tuck into the microphone, please.
Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
John Ziello.
Mr. Ziello, what do you do for a living?
I am a grip in the film industry.
Explain to the jury what a grip is.
Grips do the non-electrical lighting as well as camera rigging, any overhead rigging, mounting cameras on cars, all the fun stuff. We're like the MacGyvers on set.
Excellent. Mr. Ziello, how many different film sets in your career do you think you have worked on?
100.
You can include TV and
Yeah,
things.
hundreds. I work in commercials and television, so quite a lot.
And were you employed as a grip on the set of the movie Rust?
I was the key rigging grip.
And what's a key rigging grip? Is it any different than what you previously described?
Usually you would have a department, it's separate from the actual grips. There's a key grip, and then the key rigging grip is a parallel to him. So you have your own department separate from his, but you carry out orders basically from the DP together. So
And the DP being the director of photography?
yeah.
And was that Ms. Hutchins?
Halyna in this case, yes.
During your career, how long have you worked in the film industry?
15 years.
And during the 15 years that you've worked in the film industry, if you can estimate for the jury, how many times do you think you've worked on movie sets or TV with armorers?
Somewhere neighborhood of 30 to 50 maybe.
Okay, a fair number of times.
Yeah.
Were there issues with regard to guns and gun safety on the set of Rust that stood out to you?
Yes.
Can you describe those for the jury?
White noise. White noise. White.
Mr. Ziello, when you were working on the set of Rust, did you personally see issues with firearm safety that concerned you?
Yes, I did.
Will you explain to the jury what's coming to mind as I'm asking you that question?
On 2 separate instances, I came across the cart where they moved the guns around. The armorists would bring them to set and set their cart up, and on 2 separate instances, I came across that cart basically unmanned with nobody around it, and looking around.
Let me stop you there. Was there anything on the cart that caused you to be concerned about the fact that it was unmanned?
Yes, there were firearms and ammunition on top of the cart.
And why did it concern you that it was unmanned?
It's just not something you see normally on a set. It felt wrong, and it looked, anybody could have done anything they wanted to those weapons, and nobody would have known.
In your experience working on movie sets with armorers, is that something that you usually see?
No, there's usually a chain of custody. Gun goes from armorist to actor, back to armorist, back to storage.
Can you recall ever seeing guns and ammunition laying out unattended on a movie set?
No.
Was there anything else with regard to firearm safety that you witnessed that caused you concern?
One instance, we had a large scene in the cowboy town, like in the main part of the western town, and there were a lot of guns involved in the scene. We had finished the majority, like the big wide part, and I ended up standing next to an actor who still had his pistol in his holster, was not in the current scene because we had moved on to another scene, and he was playing with it, messing around, and I just jokingly was like, "Hey, don't shoot me, with that, quit messing with that thing." And I was standing right next to him, and it's not something you normally see.
So was Ms. Gutierrez supervising that actor when he was playing around with his gun?
No, he was standing by, either waiting to go in again, possibly, or hanging out after he had just finished. I'm not sure.
In your experience working on film sets with armorers, are the actors generally permitted to walk around with their real prop guns and manipulate them?
Again, there's usually like a strict chain of custody, they call it, and it's armorist, gun back to armorist, back to storage. You don't usually see them left with the actors.
In your career, have you ever seen that you can recall?
I don't think so.
Okay. And sir, were you present on set on October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
I want to start, why don't we start at lunch, okay? Did you have lunch with the crew that day?
I did.
And how did you get back? And just to be clear, how far away is the lunch area from the town and the church?
About a quarter mile. It's walkable, but there's vans, and you get rides typically. And I had my personal vehicle on set, my truck, and I would use it to go back and forth.
Okay. And on that day, did you drive yourself to the lunch area?
Yeah.
And did you drive yourself back?
I did, but I also picked up Halyna and drove her back with me on that day.
And where did you drop Ms. Hutchins off anywhere?
Yeah, right at the church. I dropped her off in front of the church.
And just to be clear, were you in the church at the time of the incident?
I was not.
Let me ask you this, were you close enough that you heard the incident?
I was about 100 yards away. I heard everything. Well, I heard the gunshot go off.
Do you have experience with real firearms?
Some.
When you heard that sound and you were, I think you said about 100 yards away, did you have any idea what it was?
I honestly didn't know if it was part of the scene. I didn't know if they had started or not. I did not. It didn't raise any major concern to me until someone came out yelling, "Call 911."
And is that something that you heard on your radio, or did you see that with your own eyes?
I saw that with my own eyes. I heard them yelling.
To call 911?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you realized that there was some type of an emergency?
I immediately ran into the church.
And what did you do when you got inside the church?
I saw Halyna laying on the floor being worked on by the medic, and Joel was to the left, and our dolly grip Ross was attending to him. And at that time, all the pews were still really tight up on them, so I immediately started chucking pews out of the way, and I moved the dolly, and I cleared room for them to work on Halyna.
And did you stay in the church while they were performing life-saving measures on Miss Hutchins?
Yeah, I did. I was, excuse me. I was directly involved in first aid with her for a number of minutes before the paramedics had arrived on the scene.
And when you say that you were directly involved in first aid with her, do you have any first aid training?
No, I was just assisting. The medic was having trouble keeping the oxygen mask on Halyna's face. She was flailing and tearing it off, and myself, the gaffer, Serge, and our Steadicam operator, Reed, were all around helping stabilize her. I had her head and neck, Serge had her arms, and Reed had her ankles, I believe.
Was it apparent to you that she had suffered some type of a serious injury?
Yeah.
And why was that apparent to you?
She was bleeding and in pain, and I saw the wound and realized it was life-threatening in the area that it was. And
When you say you saw the wound, where was that?
entry was under her right armpit, I believe, and exit was just inside of her shoulder blades, I think.
And did you see both of those, the entry and the exit?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, were you relieved by paramedics?
Yes, the paramedics showed up and we all fell back and let them take over.
If you recall, when you were in the church attempting to render aid, did you see Ms. Gutierrez or hear Ms. Gutierrez?
No, they cleared the church pretty quickly. I pushed past whoever was maintaining the door at that moment and went in. But they were trying to keep everybody out of there.
Okay. And at some point then, did you leave the church?
Yes.
And when you left the church, where did you go?
I left the church because they were calling a helicopter and a lifeline or whatever you call it, and they needed a landing zone cleared, and I immediately jumped on Channel 3 with the Teamsters and called for the water truck to come over and clear out a landing zone, and I started trying to get vehicles out of the way. I actually hopped in a police vehicle, tried to move it, and quickly had an officer come up and say he would do it.
I'm sure. Did you take note of anything when you were outside the church? Did anything catch your eye?
I believe after that, the helicopter thing, I came back and saw Dave Halls and Hannah having a conversation. Dave Halls was asking Hannah to see the pistol and wanted to clear the gun and look at it and see what was in it. And I believe he retrieved it. I think in my initial interview I said she had grabbed it, but in my notes that I took afterwards, I believe he was the one who actually pulled the pistol out of the church and brought it outside.
And were they standing around or over a cart?
Yeah, there was a black Rubbermaid cart just to the left side of the door. If you're looking at the front of the church, just to the left, it was tucked in. It was already, it's kind of, for shooting, we always tuck things in tight around the door, and it was already there, and they were standing in front of it.
And what were they doing?
They were removing the bullets from the gun and attempting to check them and see which were dummies and which weren't, or what happened.
And did you have any concerns about that?
I did. It immediately felt wrong to me, and I thought to preserve it, I pulled my cell phone out and actually held it up, tried to record that happening. And I was just so flustered that I actually didn't push record, so I didn't get any footage, actually, but I stood there holding my phone as though I were the entire time.
So you were attempting to video record them taking the rounds out of the gun?
Yeah.
Did you happen to see what happened to those rounds?
Yeah, they took them out one by one, shook them, checked them, and I believe they ended up on the Rubbermaid cart as they were going through them.
Okay. And was this a rather stressful event for you?
Yeah.
Were you interviewed by the police in a trailer on October 21st?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review the statement that you gave?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your thoughts are about the accuracy of your statement?
Honestly, it was pretty inaccurate. I had just found out Halyna died 5 minutes before that, and I was very emotional, and after watching it, several times I misspoke in that.
And why do you think that you misspoke and had some errors in your statement?
I don't know. I think I was just flustered, and I think I said there were 5 bullets when there were 6. It wasn't anything big, but it was just simple, errors.
Do you recall in that interview describing the armorer as a blonde person?
I believe I was talking about her assistant, or who I thought was her assistant.
Okay.
But no, it wasn't. I wasn't trying to describe Hannah.
Okay. You understood that Ms. Gutierrez was the armorer?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Okay. Do you recall when you gave that statement mentioning that the blonde hair's assistant had brought the firearm into the church?
Right.
And the blonde hair assistant on the movie was Sarah Zachary. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time, at least, when you gave that statement, you indicated that it was Sarah Zachary who had brought the firearm in the church.
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. Now, you stated today that you gave that interview shortly after this had happened, and it was traumatic. Is that obviously?
Yeah.
So you made several misstatements.
Yeah, I believe someone told me that she handed it off when we were after the incident, and yeah, I don't know why I purported that.
Okay. Well, and right after that, it wouldn't be unusual for you to make a mistake and something like that. Was it hard for you to even think and concentrate?
Yeah, definitely. I was still crying in there.
And when they interviewed you, were you still on the set? Were you still there?
Yeah, they made us wait around to be interviewed. Anybody who was directly involved.
Okay. You also talked about the cart on direct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you need it.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
You also talked about the cart, and you indicated that when they came out to load, it was the Rubbermaid cart.
Yeah.
And do you recall also that you thought it was the special effects cart?
Yeah, the special effects guys had a lot of gear in and around that area for the scene that was happening. They had a bunch of poppers set up in the church, and they I believe their firing station was in that area, so that's why I indicated that.
Okay, that's one of the things you said, though, that they had loaded it by the special effects cart.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
it may have been. I honestly don't even know if that was a special effects cart or if it was the armorer's cart. Now, I can't tell you.
Okay, so as we sit here today, I mean, is it fair to say, because of the trauma of those events, that maybe your memory's affected some, which wouldn't be unusual?
I took contemporaneous notes in the days after and have a pretty good recollection of what happened in that time frame.
Okay. I want to ask you about the incident you were talking about with the cart and the firearms left out on it.
Sure.
Are you certain those firearms were not replicas?
I have no idea. They could have been.
Okay. And when you walked by that cart, do you know what time of day it was?
It was late morning.
Early morning?
Late morning.
Late morning?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what day that was?
No, I couldn't give you a date today. We had just shot one of the bigger gun scenes where we had, I believe it was the most guns in any scene that we had at that time.
And because of how many guns were involved, did you see the armor and her, or Sarah Zachary, her boss, did you see them attending to those firearms?
During that scene, yes.
Okay. So when you saw the cart, was the scene completed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see them still dealing with the firearms?
No. We had moved on into another building, I believe, around the corner, and that cart was left behind.
Okay, in any event, you didn't know whether they were replicas or not. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. And the other instance, I think you were talking about kind of joking with somebody that had his firearm still. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple quick follow-ups.
Okay, redirect.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Mhm.
Sorry about that. Just one more question, sir.
Sure.
Did you know when you walked outside and saw that cart, did you know whether the prop cart was over by the black tent?
When are you referring to?
Yeah, I'm sorry. When you came out and saw them unloading the firearm, was the prop cart, do you recall it being near the black tent or not?
I don't believe it. Was there a black tent there? I think there was a black tent on the right side of the building, and the cart was on the left side, if I recall.
Okay. The cart that you remember seeing?
Yeah, the cart that was just outside the door to the left.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
And just to be clear, Mr. Ziello, did you see who brought the firearm into the church after lunch that day?
No.
The day that you saw the firearms unattended on the cart, you indicated that there was a big gun scene that had just happened?
Mm-hmm.
And just, if you don't mind saying yes for the
Yes,
record.
sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And in that scene that was taking place that day, if you recall, did it involve the firing of blanks?
It did.
Do fake guns fire blanks?
Not to my knowledge.
And the gun that was on the actor, was there anything about it that caused you to think it was a fake gun?
No, that was a real gun.
It was a real gun.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have anything else. Appreciate you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Your Honor.
State calls David Halls.
George, can you take that part off?
stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you. Would you like some water, sir?
I would, please.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Brian's going to get it.
Give me just one moment to swap out my notes. State your full name for the record, please.
David John Halls.
Mr. Halls, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. I was a first assistant director on motion pictures and television programs.
How long were you a first assistant director?
Since the mid-90s. I think we could probably use, for motion pictures, 94, since 1994.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to move that microphone a little closer to you, okay? And in October of 2021, were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
I was.
And were you employed in that capacity as a first assistant director?
I was.
Can you explain to the jurors what a first assistant director does?
A first assistant director is responsible for creating the schedule. First assistant director will do that in collaboration with the director and producers. That's a process of taking the script and breaking it down, and what actors are going to be needed in which scenes, what props are going to be needed, what pieces of wardrobe are going to be needed, what special effects will be needed. And that is all broken down into a software program that's pretty universal in the industry. And that generates documents that can be distributed to the different departments, the different department heads, and my department, the first assistant, the assistant director's department, is kind of a contact point for the cast. So it's really a position of disseminating information. This is all during the pre-production process. And then once production shooting begins, the first assistant director would be, an analogy would be you're the shop foreman or the site foreman. You're overseeing and making sure that the production is following the schedule, that things are moving efficiently, and that people are given, the cast crew are given the information that they need to know.
And sir, as the first assistant director on the set of Rust, were you what's called a safety coordinator?
Yes, that is part of my title, yes.
And what do you do as a safety coordinator?
It's to make sure that the different departments and cast are following the safety protocols. That there are written safety protocols that are produced in an alliance between the different unions and guilds in the industry, Screen Actors Guild, the unions that represent the technicians, and it's just to observe to make sure that mitigating any safety risks.
Did you feel personally, up until October 21st, that Rust was a relatively safe set?
I did.
Did you yourself have any concerns about Ms. Gutierrez's behavior as an armor?
I did not.
And is part of your role as the first assistant director to be a part of the safety check of firearms that's taking place on set?
Yes.
Can you just describe for the jury generally the way that should work?
Yeah. I was going to say typically, but usually, all the time, whenever there's a firearm on set. I do not work with a lot of first assistant directors, but I am assured that this is a protocol that all assistant directors follow. That whenever a firearm is on set, I make an announcement. In the case of Rust, I had a wireless microphone that was connected to a public address, a speaker system, so everybody could hear. And all the time, whenever there was a firearm on set, I would make an announcement there was a firearm or firearms on set. I'm inspecting them with the armorer. If anybody else would like to inspect the gun, now would be the time. And you're just certainly welcome to do that. I would also, if there was ever an incident where the firearm had to be fired, a blank, I would make that announcement. There will be live fire in this shot. Ear and eye protection are provided. Please protect your ears.
On the set of Rust, can you tell the jury what the safety checks with Ms. Gutierrez consisted of?
It's really what I just said, that whenever...
And let me stop you and
yes.
ask a more pointed question. I guess what I'm interested in is, did Ms. Gutierrez load the gun in front of you on any occasion? Just kind of walk us through your experiences with blanks, with dummies, with Ms. Gutierrez. And let's, for the purposes of these questions, let's assume that there's going to be blank firing, okay?
Yes.
We assume there's going to be blank firing. Prior to handing the gun to an actor, is there a safety check that is done with you and Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes. Show me that there's an empty gun at that moment before she would load the blank round. She would also show me the barrel of the gun to make sure that there's no obstructions in the barrel.
So let me ask you, when she would show you the barrel, were you able to see all the way down the barrel?
On the revolvers, yes, I certainly was. I recall there might have been a rifle that I might not have been able to get a clear to see light at the end of the barrel.
Okay, so she loads the gun with the blanks in front of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what happens then?
And then she would give it to the actor.
And was it, in your mind, permissible for her to then walk away and go do something else?
During the moments of the live fire?
Sure.
No, not acceptable for her to walk away.
Okay. Let's talk about instances where a gun would be loaded with dummies.
Yes.
When you would do the safety check with Ms. Gutierrez, would she load the dummies in front of you and shake them so that you could hear that they were dummies?
There were only 2 occasions where dummy rounds were used.
Let me stop you right there. When you say there were only 2 occasions that dummy rounds were used, how do you know that dummies were in the guns on those 2 occasions? Is it because Ms. Gutierrez approached you and told you?
She did.
Okay. Would you know if there were times that she would dummy up the guns and not bring them to you and not tell you?
No, the normal, every day, every moment that there was a firearm that was being handed to an actor, she would always bring the gun, the firearm to me, and we would do an inspection of the firearm.
And you only recalled 2 instances where firearms were dummied.
Yes.
And was one of them on October 21st?
Yes.
And the other one, did that involve a revolver or a long gun?
A long gun.
Okay. So let's talk about October 21st. I'm going to start with you after the lunch hour. What was happening after lunch? What were we doing there?
We were preparing a shot for Mr. Baldwin's character. He was sitting in a pew. He's been on the run. He's taking refuge in this old church, and he's sitting in the pew. And what we were photographing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to avoid the word shot. We were preparing for this shot. Mr. Baldwin sitting in the pew. It was basically from his waist to the top of his head, and his action was just to pull out the revolver. And in the story, he's pointing the revolver at 2 U.S. Marshals that have come into the church.
Okay. That was what you were intending to do?
That's what we were preparing to. Yes, lighting. Yes.
And this has been referred to as blocking the shot. Is that your recollection?
You could refer to that. You could say that, yes. Can I just... There's been a lot of talk about rehearsal. And I just like to clarify, if that's okay with you.
Let's finish this line of questioning first, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, was this a rehearsal or was it just setting up the shot?
Immediately after lunch, we were setting up the shot. Mr. Baldwin was not called to set.
And is that common that was Mr. Baldwin considered first team?
That is what we refer to in the motion picture industry. That is what we refer to the cast as first team.
Okay. So when the shot's being set up, is first team usually there?
No.
Okay. They don't come in until it's ready to shoot.
Yes, I mean
ready to film.
there are occasions that we might have shot a shot with cast, and now we're going to do it at a different angle and do lighting, and they might stay there.
Okay.
It just depends on the amount of time that would
Okay.
be needed to prepare the shot. But Mr. Baldwin was not present at that time.
So on October 21st after lunch, they're setting up the shot. Do you recall who was in the church?
I do.
Go ahead and tell us who you recall being there.
Miss Hutchins, Joel Souza, Serge Svetnoy, Ross.
Did you say Serge Svetnoy?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Ross Adiego, Reese Price, Thomas Gandy, Roman Gandy. This is during preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is pre Mr. Baldwin arriving on set. I believe the microphone boom operator Zach Sneeby might have been in the room in the church at that time.
Was Ms. Mitchell in the church at that time or not yet?
I don't recall seeing her there
Okay.
at that time.
Okay.
You know what? Mr. Souza would not have been. I don't think he was in the church during the preparation time.
So, at what point in time do you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez?
When Mr. Baldwin was called to set, when he arrived on the set.
Who called Mr. Baldwin to set?
I did.
Did you, at the same time, make any request for the armor or armor services?
I did not.
Did you ask for the gun?
I did not ask for the gun
And why wouldn't you have asked for the gun?
because it's normal procedure on certainly all of the productions that I've worked on with firearms. And it's not just for firearms, it's for props and wardrobe that when first team is called to set, it's announced over a walkie-talkie. The first assistant director would go onto the walkie-talkie and say, "Camera is ready, first team, please." This alerts all the different departments. Certainly costumes, because they're going to need to do whatever, put a piece of costume on the actor, make adjustments. Hair and makeup, they're going to need to do their touches. Props, they're going to need to give the prop that's needed to the actor. And this is also a signal, a cue to the armor that the actor that needs the firearm is going to be on set, and I should be there. The armor, the armor, I should be there to give the gun to the actor.
Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her to come into the church.
Yes.
Okay, well, sorry.
Reconfigure her question, but please, we're going to disregard the question asked. All right, thank you.
And my apologies. Just to be clear, you don't know what Ms. Gutierrez thought or why she did what she did in that moment, correct? You don't know that Ms. Gutierrez thought to herself, "I better come into the church." You're making that assumption, correct?
I'm making that assumption.
Okay. But to be clear, you did not call for the gun.
No.
Okay. Does Ms. Gutierrez appear in the church?
Yes, very shortly after Mr. Baldwin appeared on set.
Okay, go ahead and kind of walk us through this. Tell us about when Mr. Baldwin appears in the church and then Ms. Gutierrez, and walk us through what happens.
Mr. Baldwin entered the church. He took his position where he was needed in the pew of the church. I'm standing in front of Mr. Baldwin, facing Mr. Baldwin. It was no more than 5 feet from him. I was a body width to what would be his left. And Miss Gutierrez appeared on my left-hand side with the revolver, and she said, let's do the gun check. She opened up the latch to show the drum of the revolver. She rotated the cylinder. It was empty. Checked the barrel. Well, it was what is referred to as a cold gun. And Ms. Gutierrez just took a few steps and gave the gun to Mr. Baldwin.
Now, it's your recollection at that point in time that the gun was empty, it did not have dummies in it?
It absolutely was empty.
Okay. And you looked at it, correct?
I looked at it, yes.
Now, let me stop for a moment. Were there any opportunity, at any point in time during that day, did you sit in for Mr. Baldwin?
I did.
When was that?
After lunch.
Okay. And when you sat in for Mr. Baldwin, was the firearm in the church?
No.
Okay. So why don't we talk a little bit about that? Why are you sitting in for him? Explain to the jury how that happens.
Well, Usually there is a stand-in for the actor, a person, and most times it's a person that matches the height and hair color, look of the actor. There was a stand-in for Mr. Baldwin, and when I entered the church after lunch, the stand-in for Mr. Baldwin was there. And because of COVID, I wanted to keep the amount of people in the church to and I typically do that anyway, outside of the pandemic, before the pandemic, just in smaller spaces, I would try to keep. What I usually say is, if you don't have to be there, please don't. So, because of COVID and just generally, I'd like to keep only the people that are needed for the shot there. I said, his name was Bill. I said, Bill, it's okay. I can sit in for Alec, and it was a good opportunity. Just as if I'm sitting in the pew right now, I can observe everything, the crew preparing, and that's what I did.
Did you need to have a firearm at that point in time?
I did not. No.
Did you have a firearm at that point in time?
No, I did not.
Were you using anything to mimic a firearm?
I recall holding up my hand like this as a finger.
Just so that they could set up the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. So after the setting up of the shot, after you sitting in for Mr. Baldwin, just to be clear, it's your recollection that Mr. Baldwin came in and Ms. Gutierrez came in around the same time?
Yes.
Okay. She does the gun check with you. You see an empty gun. To your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happens after that? How do we end up with a gun that is no longer empty?
I did not see the gun taken away from Mr. Baldwin. I'm still in the same position, facing him, body width to his left, no more than 5 feet in front of him. You know, as an assistant director, you're looking around, you're observing, you're communicating with people. I did not see Ms. Gutierrez take the gun from Mr. Baldwin, but she appeared back on my left-hand side, and she said that she had put dummy rounds into the revolver.
And at that point in time, was another safety check done?
She opened up the latch to the revolver. I recall seeing 3 to 4 what I believe to be dummy rounds. I had seen the dummy rounds before.
And when you say you saw them before, are you talking about that day or?
Before that day.
Okay, and let me ask you, under what circumstances would you have seen the dummy rounds if the only other time that guns were dummied up was a rifle?
Yes, and I believe on that day I did see those dummy rounds on her cart.
Okay, so you were familiar with what they looked like?
They had a very distinctive bright brass end to it, what would be the end of the bottom of the shell casing, and all the primers were depressed, meaning that this has already been a bullet that has been fired. And
but sir, let me ask you, you indicated that you only saw 3 or 4, you didn't see 6.
I don't recall her fully rotating the cylinder.
Okay. You don't recall her fully rotating it?
I do not.
Okay. And even though the cylinder wasn't fully rotated, did you let that safety check sort of pass?
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection about what happened to the gun after that?
She took a few steps to Mr. Baldwin and gave Ms. Baldwin the gun.
Okay. And let me ask you, sir, were you criminally charged in this case?
I was.
And did you enter a no contest plea to negligent use of a firearm?
I did.
And why did you do that? When I say why, what in your mind caused you to be, what caused a plea to negligent use of a firearm to be appropriate? What did you do that would justify that?
I was negligent in checking the gun properly.
Okay, that's the reason that you took that plea, is that right?
That's correct.
So, to the best of your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Walk us through what happens after that.
The revolver is placed. Mr. Baldwin had a holster that the gun was basically at his chest, and his action was to take the gun out and point it at what had been the two U.S. Marshals, and he was pulling it out. I'm sure he was getting used to that action. He was in communication with Miss Hutchins about where to point the gun.
Do you recall, sir, was Mr. Souza also in the room?
He was.
Was Mr. Souza also participating in how to set up this shot? Do you recall?
No, I just recalled that it was communication between Mr. Baldwin and Halyna.
Okay. And then what happened?
The gun went off.
When the gun went off, what did you think happened?
There's so many thoughts. Honestly, the idea that it was a live round of ammunition that went off was just not, it wasn't computing. It wasn't. And it was my thought was that a blank round had been loaded. And there have been another instance that an actor was killed from a blank round, and I just thought that there something in the blank round, a wadding. I had heard at one time that maybe they used pieces of wax to keep the black powder in the blank round, or was there an obstruction in the barrel? It just wasn't something I could compute in my mind.
Sir, after you heard the gun go off, tell us what you saw in terms of the reaction by Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza.
Ms. Hutchins is to my left, maybe 3 feet away. Yeah, it was my recollection that I might have been the first person to her. She was on the ground. Perhaps Ross Adiego might have been there, which would have made sense because he was the dolly grip, and he would have been close as anybody to Halyna.
Did you speak to Ms. Hutchins when you approached her?
I did.
What did you say?
Are you all right?
Did she respond?
Yes. She said, I can't feel my legs.
And when you're ready, just tell us what happened after that. Take a break if you need to.
I'm ready. I immediately left the church to make sure that 911 was being called. And then the set medic appeared, and she was treating Ms. Hutchins, and I stayed out of the church just to keep space.
Do you know where the gun was in these moments after it went off? Was it, if you recall, was it left in the church? Was it taken out?
I had an assumption where the gun was. What was going through my mind trying to determine what had happened. Again, the idea of a lot, what was in the gun that would do this to two people? Still, no ability to compute that a live round of ammunition would have been in that gun. And I said, in an effort to triage the situation, I need to know what's in that gun. I went back into the church. I went to the pew. On the pew was the revolver. I grabbed the revolver. I left the church. I went to Miss Gutierrez's cart, which is on, if you're facing the church, it would be on the left-hand side of the church, right, just immediately around the corner. I took it to her and I said, I need you to unload that gun. I need to know what it's in it.
And did she unload the gun in front of you?
She did.
And what was taken out of the gun?
I recall seeing 5 dummy rounds, again with the distinctive bright brass ends to them, and 1 shell casing that did not have a projectile on it, and it had a completely distinctive looking end to it.
When you say a distinctive looking end to it, what are you referring to?
I recall it as being gray, metallic gray. And I recall that it was just completely different looking. It's hard to explain. There was some kind of machining or something. Maybe it was raised. This is my recollection, but a more contemporary looking bullet than what I was seeing in the other rounds.
And let me ask you, sir, do you own guns?
I do not.
Do you shoot guns?
No, I do not.
At any point in time in the afternoon, after lunch, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
Can you say that question
Did you
again?
tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Did you realize that she had left the church?
I did not.
Did you have an expectation that the armorer would stay with the gun?
That wasn't in my head at the time.
Well, but let me ask you, just in terms of your experience working on movie sets with guns and armorers, in your experience, does the armorer hand off a gun and then walk away and leave?
That's not my experience.
Okay. At some point, did you realize that Ms. Gutierrez had not stayed in the church?
I did not realize she had not stayed in the church.
After the gun went off, where was she the next time you saw her?
At her cart.
Okay. And you just didn't know whether she was in the church or not?
I did not know.
Okay. Sir, did you instruct Ms. Gutierrez or request that Ms. Gutierrez put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Did you hear anyone ask her to put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Now, we understand that you entered into a plea agreement. Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
Yes,
And has that time period ended?
yes.
Approximately when did it end?
I think sometime in October.
Okay. Are you under any legal requirement other than responding to a subpoena to come in here and testify?
No.
Why have you agreed to testify in this trial?
It's important to me that the truth be known. That Halyna's husband and son, her family, know the truth of what happened. It's important that the cast and the crew, producers of Rust, know what happened. And it's important that the industry, the motion picture and television industry, knows what happened so that this never happens again.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
You know what? I think it's time for bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And we'll be back at about 2:35.
All rise.
We need one of your counsels. George, will you escort Mr. Halls back on?
Absolutely.
Your water will be arriving shortly, okay? You may be seated. Thank you, George. Yes, you're still in the room. Wait a second, we need counsel, so hold on. Sure. Here's a note.
Apologies.
I'm pretty sure it's 7. Counsel, there's enough?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Charles, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to start with a question that we have. Can you say again what you saw when she unloaded the gun after the shooting incident?
That's a jury question.
Yes.
I recall seeing 5 rounds, which were dummy rounds. They had the bright brass ends to them, holes drilled in the side of the shell casing. The projectile still on top of the shell casing, and then one shell casing without a projectile on top of it with a distinctively different looking end of the bullet.
Mr. Halls, on that portion of it, when you say distinctively looking in, can you describe that a little more?
It was a metallic gray color versus the bright brass coloring of the other rounds, and it just, from my recollection, it just there was a different kind of style to the end of that bullet. In my mind, there was maybe some raised machining, if you will, or something. That's just my recollection.
Okay, sir, and do you mean the end of the casing?
The end of the casing.
So you're talking about the top of the casing, the end of it. Are you talking the top that would be empty, or the bottom of it with the primer, where the primer would have been?
If the end of the casing is round,
okay.
I'm looking at a full circle of the end of a shell casing.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, there wasn't still a projectile on that round.
There was no projectile on that round.
So you're just talking about the casing and the top of that?
I'm talking about where the primer would be.
Where the primer would be. So that's on the bottom of the round?
Yes.
Okay. And you said on the bottom there's a distinctively gray kind of coloring?
Counsel, can you approach?
Yeah. Okay, sir, just one moment. We're going to pull a picture to show you.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach?
Mr. Halls, I want to show you what's been entered as States Exhibit 26. If you could take a look at that.
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, it looks very similar to the dummy rounds that I saw.
Okay. So that, and if I may show the jury here, this is States Exhibit 26. Sir, you indicated that
You indicated that resembled the round you were talking about?
It resembles the dummy rounds that I saw.
Okay.
The ends of the dummy rounds that I saw.
The 5 dummy rounds?
Yes, sir.
Does it resemble that 6th casing?
No.
Okay. So it looked even different than that. Than what we just saw. It didn't look like that.
It did not look like that.
Okay. Okay, we may come back to that, but I appreciate that explanation. Now let me ask you some preliminary questions about your background. How long have you been in the film industry?
I started in the film industry, I think, around 1985.
Okay. So, 30 years?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
actually,
over.
40 years. My math is, let me see, 15, so almost 40.
From
40.
2021, I retired from the industry.
Okay, somewhere in there, almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been a first assistant director for quite some time. How many years have you done that?
Since the mid-90s, since around 1995.
How many films over the years have you worked as a first assistant director? Do you recall?
I don't have the
Okay.
number, really. I don't. It's
That's-
over 20. It's over. It could be 30.
Okay. And how many have you worked on where there's been an armor? Approximately.
I'm sorry, sir. I just. I would really have to sit down and and look at my resume. For sure, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not holding you to a number, but of those 10, those approximate 10, have you ever worked on a set where there's been a part-time armor?
No.
Okay. So, Rust film was the first time you've ever been on a set involving somebody doing armor duties and something else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Here you were aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed was performing functions of armor and props assistant?
I was.
Okay. Now, sir, as I understand, you did not have any concerns during the Rust set about Miss Gutierrez Reed's work.
I did not.
Did you believe that she was diligent in her checks of firearms on set?
I did.
Okay. Let's just give an example, there'd be a day where guns were going to be used and Miss Gutierrez Reed was present as armor, would she ask you to do weapons checks with her?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, when she does a weapons check with you, is that to open and show you the barrel and make sure there's no barrel obstructions?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that with the revolver, you could see down through it. The light goes through, you could see through the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you also recall Miss Gutierrez Reed had a tool to push down the barrel to make sure there's no obstructions?
I don't recall seeing that tool.
But would you describe her as very diligent in that process when there was a weapons check required, that she would do that with you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any instance before the 21st where she did not do those weapons checks when they needed to be done with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay. I know that you would have safety meetings. Now, would you have those every day of the set?
We did not have them every day.
Okay. And I know sometimes, do you recall getting emails that people wanted to have safety meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And at one of the safety meetings, do you remember Miss Gutierrez Reed helping you with a presentation as part of the briefing?
On day one, the first day, yes.
Okay, sir. And what did you think about her presentation regarding the gun portion?
I was very impressed with how she took control of the situation and was very clear and very instructive and communicated everything very clearly and confidently.
Okay, and confidently. In your experience, having observed armors in 10 other films, did she come across as seeming competent in what she was doing?
She did.
And did she come across as seeming knowledgeable about firearms?
She did.
Okay. You said that was the first day. Do you recall there being a training for a gun training specifically for the actors and crew?
Before the shooting schedule started, there was a day devoted to Ms. Gutierrez training actors.
Okay, sir. And were you present at that?
I was.
And what was your impression of that training?
Impressed. She was confident. There were some male actors, and she didn't seem to be intimidated by them, and I felt that they respected her.
Did you participate in that training?
I was just an observer.
Okay. So, in the time that you saw her doing armor duties, you didn't have any complaints about her?
None.
Okay. Now, Mr. Halls, you know that she was also doing props duties. Did you ever witness her doing specific props duties, like rolling cowboy cigarettes or propping up actors? Or...
I recall seeing her helping in propping up actors. Yes.
Okay. Now we saw some videos earlier today of some of the scenes, and it looked like there was fairly gun-heavy scenes at times, and so there would be a lot of people walking around, some people holding weapons. Do you recall that?
Yes, there were. Yes.
Okay. Now there were a couple instances where it appeared that muzzles were of weapons were getting traced across people. Now, do you recall anything like that?
Can you clarify?
Sure. There was some testimony, and some videos where, for example, a stuntman was holding a weapon, and he was kind of turning around, and it was coming across the muzzle across other people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall anything like that?
I don't recall anything.
Okay. Some of those, it appeared you were present on the videos. But do you remember any instances where you felt like there was an unsafe condition with the way people were pointing their muzzles?
I did not. I did not.
No.
If I did, it was part of my practice that I always, I would say, please point the gun away. If their action as an actor was to point it at another actor, I would say, please, especially live fire situations, please make sure you're pointing the gun away from that actor.
So your habit in practice was, if you saw something like that, you would tell them, please point that gun a different direction.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, we saw another video where it appeared Mr. Baldwin was running out of a shack or a structure, and the cameras are panning over, and he's shooting as he's coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a camera, and it's a blank. They're shooting blanks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that scene?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall that the cameras were sort of right in front of Mr. Baldwin as he's coming out and shooting?
I do.
Do you remember having any concerns about the safety of that shot with Mr. Baldwin shooting a blank and the camera being right there? And we're not sure how many feet away, but it was...
There was a number of situations where there was a camera that needed to be close to a gun being fired with a blank. I would ask the operator, do you feel safe? And I would suggest that they would put we call them Fernie pads, but they're basically a packing blanket that you would see when you're moving furniture or something that typically people can wear in that situation.
Okay, sir. So, and you had a lot of experience leading up to that movie, but when you saw something like that, you said your habit and practice was to talk to the person behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember a scene where it was actually that same scene where Mr. Baldwin ran up the hill with the child actor at the end of that scene, and there was a yell for cut, and then Mr. Baldwin shoots after the yell for cut, and he utters a cuss word? Do you remember that?
I only recall it because it was shown to me during a deposition in December.
Yes, sir. And I recall that was shown to you.
Yes, it was.
Now, your memory of that, did you at the time think that was a safety concern, that cut had been yelled and Mr. Baldwin shot after the directive?
I didn't register as a safety concern.
Okay. Did Mr. Baldwin at times direct people on those scenes, like the camera people, the armor? Did he sort of order people how he wanted to do it?
Again, this is recalling what was shown to me in the deposition, and he was clearly pointing a gun and asking the person that he was pointing the gun at in the direction to, please move. Okay. Move away from where he's pointing the gun.
Did Do you remember at times Mr. Baldwin rushing people to keep going, reload, let's go, let's go, let's go? Do you remember that?
Again, I was shown a video where Mr. Baldwin says, let's go. I don't characterize that as Mr. Baldwin rushing people.
Okay.
I think I characterize it as an actor in his moment. I'm ready. Okay, let's go. There was never any Mr. Baldwin rushing anybody.
Okay. So you never felt like Mr. Baldwin was rushing? Okay.
None whatsoever.
Okay. Now let me talk to you about, you became aware of 2 negligent discharges on set, did you not?
I did.
And do you remember those were approximately October 16th, 2021?
Approximately, yes.
Were you present and witness either of those incidents?
I was.
Which one or both?
Both.
Okay. At the time that you witnessed them, do you know then that one involved Sarah Zachary
Yes.
and the other involved a stunt double?
Yes, Blake.
Blake.
Yep.
Okay. What did you do in response to each of those safety incidents?
I didn't do anything. When Blake's long gun went off, I said, "What the F is going on in there?" And he replied, "It just went off."
Okay. And so you questioned him briefly. He said that the gun just went off. Did you ask him anything else about it?
I did not.
And how about with regard to Miss Zachary?
I did not
Okay.
say anything.
Now, you know that that there is a thing called a production report.
I do.
And a production report is something that has the daily events, anything significant that happened that day, is that right?
Yes.
Would that be something that ordinarily would be put into a production report?
It's such a rare situation. I couldn't answer you. I don't think it would be a normal thing.
Well, but whose responsibility would it be to make the production report?
It would be the second assistant director.
Okay. Would you have any responsibility to report that yourself?
I would.
And now, would this be something that you would consider noteworthy that maybe someone up the chain would want to know about?
At the time, it didn't seem to be noteworthy.
Okay.
It was just, it happened. I don't know, other than, don't do that again. I don't know really what else could be done.
Okay.
If we stop, call a meeting, don't do that again. That's the only.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps some additional training might have been warranted for those people that had the misfires, the negligent discharges?
No.
Why did it not occur to you that maybe they needed some more training, for example, on how to hold that hammer and prevent that from falling too quickly? Why did that not occur to you?
Well, for the stunt doubles case, I'm assuming that he was an experienced stunt person that had experience with firearms, and I guess I made an assumption that Sarah had some experience in training.
And what did you make that assumption on? That assumption?
Experience, just.
Okay. So, in response to those negligent discharges, there's nothing that happens. Now, did you become aware of another discharge by special effects? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
I was not.
Did you? Are you aware of the safety bulletins put out by SAG?
I am.
And did you ever know that they were, or whether they were attached to the call sheets?
They were not.
Do you know who would attach those? Would that be you? if they were going to be attached?
It would be a member of my department that would do it.
Do you know why those safety bulletins were not attached?
It's not a requirement, requirement.
Okay.
Some AD departments do it, some don't.
Now, the safety bulletin goes over the rules about firearm safety, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so that's something that, but you're saying that just varies, that some people do it, some don't?
Yes.
Okay. You talked earlier about when you would make an announcement that there would be gun usage or live fire with blanks, you had a wireless microphone.
I did.
Well, how did that work? Would that transmit through a radio or to other people, or you would just announce it on the microphone?
Often I would do it simultaneously pushed. I would have a little microphone lapel, it would be up here, and that's normally how I would communicate. It was never. No, I usually would do it by hand with the walkie-talkie, and I would. There were times where I would do it simultaneously with the wireless microphone in my walkie-talkie.
So, if you that wireless microphone, would it just transmit into the general area around you?
Yes.
And then if you do that at the same time as your walkie-talkie, did that effectively communicate through your radio? With your microphone? I mean, did that have any issues with that?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, what channel, I know there was different channels on that set, what channel would you normally communicate those announcements on?
Channel 1.
Channel 1. And do you know whether the armors were always on Channel 1 or if they had a different channel?
They better have been.
Well, and I'm not saying any given time. I'm not talking about a given moment at this point. I'm just asking you, did the armors have another channel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sometimes the departments might designate another channel to go to for a private conversation. Typically, Channel 2 is devoted just to, if there's a longer conversation that needs to happen, people can go to Channel 2.
Okay. And then props, did they have their own channel?
They're on Channel 1.
Okay, Channel 1 is props. Okay.
Yes.
On the day in question, on the 21st, you knew that Video Village was down?
Yes.
And can you tell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit more about Video Village, just so they understand it? Where was this set up?
Video Village is basically a pop-up tent that you would see at a party or an event. What are they, 10 by 10 or something like that? And then the sides would be blacked out so that no daylight could get into this what is the Video Village, where there's a monitor. In this case, it was a large monitor, for 42 inches LED flat screen monitor, and that Video Village in the industry, that is referring to this place that the director of photography, the director, producers, the script supervisor can see the action, can see the shot being filmed on this monitor.
Now, ordinarily, if that were set up on that day, Miss Hutchins and Mr. Souza would have been in that tent watching Video Village. Is that right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my feeling. Yeah.
And because the camera crew had walked out, or the next day, Video Village is not operational. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And is that why ultimately there was kind of a change and people were inside the church?
That's my understanding of it. Yes.
Did you know on the day, on the 21st, that things were a couple hours behind?
Very well aware of it.
Yes, sir, and I know. Did that camera crew that walked off, did they come back that next day? the camera crew that walked off the day before, did they come back the next day?
They came back. I saw them there that morning to retrieve with some of their personal items, I would think. Yeah.
Were you able to meet with the new camera crew that came that day?
Not until they first appeared on set with the camera. It took a while for them to get the camera built into set.
So this is literally, they're coming on that morning and they're building a camera into set.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once they get that set up, things start rolling. Before lunch, you described that you're in the church with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right? There's other people in there, but you're in that church with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes. Yes.
Now, I think you said at some point Miss Gutierrez Reed came in the church and she presented the revolver. Is that right?
We're talking about after lunch?
No, this is before lunch.
Yes, we did some scenes with Mr. Baldwin and the actor that was portraying his grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was before lunch.
That was before lunch.
Did Miss Gutierrez Reed bring that revolver before lunch?
Yes.
And was that when you said that she showed it to you and it was empty?
That was one of the occasions on that day that she showed me that the gun was empty, yes.
Okay, so that was one of the occasions. What was the other occasion that she showed you it was empty?
After lunch.
Okay, so we start off before lunch and the revolver is empty. Now, is he doing the same, Mr. Baldwin doing the same blocking scene?
It is not my recollection. I don't recall him doing that.
Okay.
That scene.
So it's a different type of scene, but in any event, there's an empty firearm. There's no rounds loaded in that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any reason why a rubber or a replica gun wasn't used?
Is there any reason why a replica? Because it would look like a rubber gun.
Well, was it a rehearsal or actual filming?
At what time period are we talking about, sir?
Before lunch.
I recall just the dialogue scene between Mr. Baldwin and the actor playing his grandson, and it was just the gun in his holster.
Okay. Do you not recall him, Mr. Baldwin, pulling that out before lunch?
I don't recall that before lunch.
Okay. Well, after lunch, you said that Miss Gutierrez Reed brought the firearm back again, and you said initially you're saying that it was unloaded again.
Yes.
Did she again show you the barrels and check that gun with you?
I'm sorry. After lunch?
Yes.
Yes. She held the gun. Let's do the gun check. Just checked the barrel. Did a full rotation of the drum of the cylinder.
Okay.
How?
And then what? And then I think you said after that she walked over a few steps, and what you're saying is she handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you then say that you don't see her leave, right?
I recall seeing her walk past me. She gives the gun to Mr. Baldwin, turns, and walks away.
Where did she walk away to?
She walked past me. I didn't see where she went.
You did not see her leave the church, though, did you?
I did not.
But then you also testified that at some point she's back beside you with the firearm again, and it's got rounds in it. Is that right?
She told me that she put dummy rounds into the gun. Yes.
So, when you were near Mr. Baldwin, that church, does it have one entrance?
I believe so. Yeah, I think it's only there might be a door that I didn't see in the back where the altar would be, but certainly at the front of the church.
Front of the church.
Yeah.
So, and how big is that church?
Oh, 20 by 30, 20.
It's approximately 600 square feet, roughly.
I'll let you do that math, Mr. Bowles.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it's about 600 square feet. So within that,
It would be, the width would be from, pretty much from here to that wall, and then where we enter.
okay, so for the record, you're pointing with your left hand to the side of the judge's desk, to Her Honor's desk, and the wall on the other side. And then from where you're seated to right behind counsel.
Yes.
Okay, where you come in. Okay. So that's about the size of the church. Now, you are sitting there fairly close to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Standing there.
And then you say you don't see Miss Gutierrez leave at all. Miss Gutierrez Reed leave. And then she comes back with a firearm again. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now you then state that she shows you what you believe are 3 or 4 rounds in the firearm?
Yes, sir.
And did she do that how did she do that?
I don't know if she did a full rotation. I don't recall a full rotation. And my recollection is seeing 3 to 4 rounds.
So if she had done a full rotation, you would have seen every cylinder in that, right?
In retrospect, I would like to think I would have. Yes.
Okay. Because after everything happens, we know that you said it's unloaded and there's 5 dummies in 1 casing. So that's 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible that you did see every cylinder, or how do you reconcile that? There's 3 or 4 rounds before, but there's 6 rounds after.
Because there was not a full rotation of the cylinder to show me 6 rounds. Again, my recollection is only seeing 3 to 4.
But you don't recall whether that was a full rotation or not?
I don't recall if it was a full rotation or not. Yeah.
Now if that had not been, that would not be a full weapons check with you, correct?
I have stated that, yes.
Okay. But yet, you testified earlier, every time before this, since the start of the Rust filming, Miss Gutierrez Reed always did a complete weapons check with you.
Yes.
So, you're saying that this time, for whatever reason, she abandoned her habit and everything she had done before, and you had praised her for doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow on this occasion, you're saying that there wasn't a full rotation. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say something? That I'd like to see.
Again, this is what I am admitting to, that I did an improper check of that firearm.
And so, after you admittedly do an improper check of the firearm, isn't it true that you handed that firearm to Mr. Baldwin?
It's not true.
Do you know that your account conflicts with Mr. Baldwin's?
I am aware of that.
And do you know that it conflicts with Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I am aware of that, but however, in Mr. Baldwin's initial statement with Detective Hancock, a few hours after the incident on October 21st, when asked the question who handed him the gun, he said Hannah did, like she always did.
And after that, he changed and said you had handed it to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right after this happened, the shooting happened. Do you remember you were standing outside with Mr. Baldwin talking with him, kind of near a truck?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what you all were talking about? Were you talking about the events and kind of how this could have happened? And
yeah, yes.
so you were kind of discussing and kind of trying to remember with each other what had occurred. Is that fair?
Most of the discussion was what was it that entered their bodies? And I think to a person that was sequestered, that was the tone of the discussion. And certainly the discussions that I had with Mr. Baldwin, we were both was it a blank? Was it just that idea of a live round, again, being on a film set was just uncomputable.
Was it inconceivable that there would be a live round on set?
Yes.
And in fact, I mean, did you ever dream that there would be a live round? And you're thinking, talking to Mr. Baldwin, did you have any thought of that?
Honestly, no.
Okay. Yeah. Now, after you all talked, Mr. Baldwin, did you talk with him again after the shooting and after that day, the 21st?
No.
Okay. If at the moment that this had happened, I know you indicate that Ms. Gutierrez Reed gave him the firearm, but if you had provided him the firearm, which you're denying, I know, you're saying that didn't happen. If that had happened, and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were not in the church at that moment, that would have been your responsibility under the safety bulletin to ensure the safe operation, right?
Can you state that again? Clarify.
Yeah, that was pretty long. Under the safety bulletin, if the property master and armor are not present during a gun scene, and you are the person there, do you agree with me that the responsibility would then fall on the first assistant director in a general scene for safety?
I don't recall seeing any language about the assistant director taking responsibility for the firearm if there is a prop master or armor not present.
Okay, sir, do you recall giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And if I can just, before I get into that, I just want to kind of give you a few more details, see if you remember that under the safety advisory bulletin, that the first assistant director becomes the person responsible for maintaining and handling weapons if the property master and armor are not present. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that language.
Okay.
If you're saying it's there, and you can, yeah.
Well, do you recall being in this on page 121 at line 6? If you had known that had you known that she wasn't in the church, meaning Hannah, under this guideline, would you perhaps be the individual responsible for maintaining and handling weapons? And your answer: if I knew that she was to be leaving the church, yes, it would. And knowing that the gun was cold, as I believed it to be, as she believed it to be, as Mr. Baldwin was told it was to be, yes, I would be that person. I have worked in productions where an actor would have a gun. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one more portion you gave just for completeness. And maybe the actor wasn't necessarily on set, and the prop master who was handling the guns, because there was no live fire, again, it's a prop. So the prop master is responsible for these guns. He would often say, not often, but there have been a couple of occasions where I have to go to my cart, get something. Can you watch the gun? And I would watch the gun. Do you recall giving that answer, sir?
I do.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory that if you know that they're not present, that sometimes you may be responsible?
If I knew that they were not present, yes, I would be, I guess, the next one in line to be responsible, yes.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you did not know that Hannah had left the church. So my question was, if that had occurred, if she had left the church, and you had provided the gun to Baldwin, would you have been responsible? And I think what you said is you didn't know she left the church. Is that right?
I did not know that she left the church.
Okay. Do you recall checking that weapon, regardless of who handed it to Mr. Baldwin? Do you recall checking that weapon again by yourself?
I never checked that gun by myself.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Baldwin checked that gun?
I do not recall.
Okay. Had you seen Mr. Baldwin retrieve a firearm before from Ms. Gutierrez Reed on another day?
Yes.
When you saw him before, did he check the weapon?
I don't recall.
Okay. Regarding when you and Miss Gutierrez Reed unloaded that firearm, the revolver, you walked out, and I think you said you went to a cart on the left side of the church. So, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you recall that the prop cart at that point was near the black tent? Or where that prop cart was?
Do I recall where the cart was?
Yes.
Yes.
Where?
Left-hand side, if you're standing in front of the church, looking at the front door, left-hand side, immediately around the corner. So if the front of the church is facing north, the left-hand side of the church would be facing east. It was just directly right around the corner. Yeah.
Do you recall that prop cart moved at some point after the police had arrived?
After the police arrived?
Yes.
Yes, I have a recollection of it being in a different location.
Did you ever see Miss Sarah Zachary, over by the prop cart after the shooting?
She was present when I asked Hannah to unload the gun, yes.
Did you see whether she was inspecting anything on the cart or touching any of the items on the cart?
I don't have a recollection of seeing her touch anything, but I do have a recollection of her making a comment that some of them don't shake.
Okay, so if she made that comment, then she must have been checking and shaking the rounds, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, did you witness that?
I did not see her actually shaking any rounds.
Okay. Did you see any other persons at that moment near the cart or at the cart?
No.
Okay.
I think I do remember Johnny. Can't pronounce his last name.
Ziello?
He was behind us. Yeah, I have a recollection of him being there.
Was that Johnny Ziello?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was there with you at or near the cart?
Near the cart. Yeah, I believe he was behind me. I just have a recollection of seeing him there.
Okay. After the firearm, the revolver, was unloaded, did you get those rounds? You personally?
No, I never touched those rounds.
Okay. Do you remember whether Miss Gutierrez Reed ever gave those to you after?
She did not give them to me.
Where did those rounds? Did she have them?
I just saw them as she unloaded the gun. They fell onto the cart, and that's my recollection of what ended up with those rounds.
Okay. And did you see anybody pick those up?
I did not.
Okay. Now, in this case, you indicated you had pled no contest, right?
Yes.
And you pled to a misdemeanor offense?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was negligent use of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You received a sentence of 6 months unsupervised probation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So under the unsupervised probation, you did not have to report to a probation officer?
I did not.
And there was no conditions except not violating any laws, right?
I had to take a firearms safety class.
Okay. Did you complete that firearm safety course?
I did.
And so now you're off probation, and that's it, right?
I'm just going to object to relevance. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Roach.
All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Thank you.
Sorry for that delay. One other question: when Ms. Gutierrez Reed was present in your presence, did you ever hear her call out blank sizes, for example, if they were going to be used a quarter load or a half load? Or
I do.
okay. And was she good about doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Sir, I want to talk to you about the other instance that you recall where dummy rounds were used. I think you indicated they were in a rifle.
Yes.
Did you request dummy rounds be placed in the rifle?
No.
Did anyone else that you're aware of request?
I'm not aware of anyone else that
Okay.
requested the
Okay.
dummy rounds.
Do you know why dummy rounds are used in revolvers?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, if the shot is close up enough on the revolver, I don't think you necessarily need to have experience with a firearm, but one could detect that that gun is not loaded with any rounds. So that's the reason why we use dummy rounds. Cosmetic.
Because if the revolver is pointed at me, the dummies are in there so that you can see the projectiles inside the cylinder, right?
Correct.
Is that the same way that a rifle is set up?
No, but in this case, and just from recollection, I think there was something about that long gun that you could see that the rounds would be loaded. If this was the barrel of the gun, that the rounds would be loaded somewhere and it would be visible then.
To the best of your recollection, was there actually filming of a scene that would show that part of that rifle?
Was there actually? It's only my speculation that it was a shot that was close up on that, close up enough on that long gun that Hannah made a decision that to make this look correct, that dummy round should be in this.
Is that your recollection or is that your assumption?
She told me that and I saw her load the dummy rounds into the long gun.
Okay, but my question for you is, dummy rounds are put in guns because you're going to roll film, right?
Yes.
Do you have a specific recollection of there being a videotape of that rifle being loaded or unloaded or cycling?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a recollection of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
There's no recollection of a shot of that rifle being loaded.
Okay. The entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of ever seeing her shake a dummy round?
I do not.
On cross-examination, well, also on direct, you testified that the dummy rounds that you saw come out of the revolver after the incident had shiny brass primers. Is that right?
If you want to get technical, right, it would be the end of the casing, which would have the primer in the center of that surface that's bright brass. Yes.
You understand what the primer of the casing is, correct?
I do.
And your recollection is that the dummy rounds that were taken out of the gun had shiny brass primers, right?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that State's Exhibit 26, and I'm happy to come closer to you.
If you could, just
Okay,
for...
well, let's do that. Let me show you State's Exhibit 26 again.
Yes.
Is that a shiny brass primer?
Honestly, my recollection is that they were a little bit more shinier than what you're showing me.
Well, hang on. Is that close enough for you? And I know I have old eyes also, so I sympathize with you.
I'm sorry. Are you calling me old? I am. That's all right.
Is that primer brass?
The primer does not appear to be brass.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let me ask you, when was the last time, well, you saw a spent casing come out of that revolver, correct?
I did.
When was the last time you saw that spent casing?
At the moment when I asked her to unload the gun.
On October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
All right. I just want to clear up a point that on cross-examination I was a little confused about. You indicated that Mr. Baldwin initially said that Hannah handed him the gun and then changed his story.
Yes.
Did he change his story, if you recall, during the interview with Detective Hancock on the 21st?
No.
Did he change it after that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the first time was that you realized that he had a different version of events?
It was shortly after when when Hannah made a statement that that I gave the gun to Baldwin.
I'm just wondering when that would have been.
I don't know. It was months, maybe.
Months after October.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bowles asked you about the safety bulletins and that when the armorer isn't present that the first assistant director is kind of in charge of guns, right?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that safety bulletin contemplates the first assistant director being told that the armorer is going to leave the area?
Yeah, I don't. That's not in that document.
How are you supposed to know that she's left if you're not told that she's left?
Correct. I only know that she's left if she's telling me she's leaving or if I see her leave.
Okay. And as first assistant director, you have a lot of other responsibilities other than checking the gun and keeping an eye on the armorer, don't you?
I do.
Objection.
Okay.
Is that right, Mr.?
I'm sorry?
Did you withdraw your objection?
He's already answered, so.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. All right, next witness.
State call Sarah Zachary.
Stand before the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, you're going to have to speak up, talk into the microphone, and have a seat.
I want you to move that microphone closer to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
Sarah Zachary.
All right. Ms. Zachary, in 2021, were you doing work in the film industry?
Yes.
Are you still doing work in the film industry?
No.
Why not?
After arrest, I didn't want to work in it anymore.
Okay. Prior, were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was the prop master.
And briefly, what does a prop master do?
A prop master is responsible for sourcing and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say anything that an actor interacts with, does that include firearms?
It does.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay. A bowl of soup?
If the actor is touching it.
Okay. Any of those things?
Any.
Tables, chairs?
That would be set deck.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Anything that they hold.
Okay. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I began in the art department as set deck, and then on one production I was supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Seth Kenny is?
Seth Kenny was the vendor for the firearms and ammunition on the set of Rust.
Did you know Mr. Kenny prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
How long had you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did. On another film, when I was the prop master, they couldn't find a armor for that set, so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armor.
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
So, let me be clear. Do you own guns?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
No.
What kind of training, if any, did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use the specific guns on that set. Thank you. As well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons. That's about it.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
And were you trained on single action revolvers for that film?
Just one, yes.
It was a revolver?
It was a revolver.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. That production that you were the armorer on, is that a production that had lots of gunfight scenes?
No.
How busy was that movie in terms of armorer duties?
I mean, we had the guns on set every day, but in terms of actually utilizing those guns with things such as blanks or dummies, maybe 2-3 days.
Okay. And have you, prior to Rust, is that the sum total of the experience you've had with firearms?
Yes.
So how do you end up being the prop master on Rust? Do you apply for a job? What happens?
A lot of it is word of mouth when it comes to the industry, but Seth Kenny was the one who asked me if I wanted to work on it, and he said that he had sent my resume to the line producer.
And were you interested in working on it?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you understand that you were going to be working with an armorer?
Yes, Seth Kenny said that he had an armorer in mind.
And did that person turn out to be Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Did we understand from some of the previous testimony that although you were the prop master, you were also loading and unloading some of the firearms, is that right?
Correct.
How did you go from prop master to handling firearms?
So originally there was supposed to be a separate armorer's assistant, but production had only allotted for 5 days, and that was not going to be enough because of how many gunfights we had that we read through the script. So instead it was recommended that I help out since I was already going to be on set.
And so did you receive any training from Ms. Gutierrez so that you would be able to competently load and unload the guns?
Briefly, yes.
When you say briefly, how much training did you receive from Ms. Gutierrez?
A few minutes.
And had you, and let me try to back up. When I say single action revolver, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not quite, no.
Okay. So, let me ask you this. On the previous movie set that you were working on as the armorer, you said there was a revolver.
Correct.
Was that the kind of revolver where the barrel would completely come out and away from the gun for you to load and unload it?
Yes, the cylinder came out on the side, yes.
The cylinder's kind of, the entire thing flops out?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same style of revolver as what you were using on the set of Rust?
No.
What was the difference?
The difference mainly was the way that you would load and unload it. Part of that maneuver was pulling back the hammer and the trigger at the same time, and then slowly releasing both of those to lock it back in place.
Okay. And that was something that was very new to you, is that right?
Correct.
The first time you'd ever done that was on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And you got 10 minutes of training?
About, yes.
We understand at some point that there were some accidental discharges on the set. Do you recall those?
Correct, yeah.
Did one of them involve you?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury what the circumstances were of that accidental discharge?
Yes. So we had a gunfight between a few different actors where I was helping to load blanks, and when we were going in for another take, I had to unload the blanks that were already discharged and fill the gun with new ones. And as I was loading them and locking the gun back into place, the hammer slipped from my thumb and one of the rounds went off. There is no projectile, so it was just a loud pop and a flash.
Did that incident, well, let me ask you this, if you recall, do you recall where Ms. Gutierrez was, the reason that you were doing it and not her?
I believe at that point she was in the bathroom.
And did that incident create any kind of a conflict between you and Ms. Gutierrez?
She just didn't know if I would be capable to work with guns anymore after that, even though I had cleared everything that happened on set. I apologized to everyone. I messaged the people I need to let them know what happened. But I mean, there was just a little bit of disagreement, but then we moved on.
Okay. Who did you message to notify people of what happened?
I messaged Seth, Kenny, Ro Walters, and the production designer, Brian Norvell.
And was Brian Norvell kind of a supervisor of yours?
I would say so. That's what I saw him as.
Okay. You have previously been referred to as being Hannah Gutierrez's boss.
Mm-hmm.
Were you Hannah's boss?
Not that I was aware of.
In terms of firearms and firearms safety on set, whose job was that?
The armors.
To the best of your recollection, on approximately how many occasions, well, let me back up. Did you aid in loading guns and gun belts with dummy rounds?
Guns, yes. The gun belts already had dummy rounds in them.
Okay, let's talk about that. So, in terms of the props, the gun belt props, for this movie, do you recall who sourced those? Where did they come from?
As far as I know, Hannah brought them from a different set.
From another movie she'd worked on?
Correct.
Did you see them?
Yes.
And when they arrived on set, were they empty, or did they have to be loaded with dummies?
They only had to have a couple at most put in them because they were lost, fell out. And that's about it.
Okay. But the gun belts that Ms. Gutierrez provided were already loaded with dummies when she brought them on set. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that's your recollection?
Yes.
And you saw them?
Yes.
So when she brought them on set and they were already loaded with dummies, did you take the time to remove every dummy and shake them?
No.
Did you see her take the time to remove every dummy from the belts and shake them?
No.
Did you see anyone?
No.
Because you guys had another assistant for a little while, Ms. Montoya, is that right?
Correct.
And did Ms. Montoya, you never saw her do that with those?
That wasn't her job, no.
Okay. So, do you begin working on the movie on the first day of filming?
No, we have prep days where we go through the script and prepare everything that we need to start production.
Do you recall the day that filming began?
October 6th.
And when would you have begun work on this movie?
I was contacted on September 23rd, and I had about until October 6th to prep for that.
Because you are the prop master, did you participate in getting guns and ammunition from the vendor to the movie set?
Yes.
Who was the vendor for the guns? Where did the guns come from?
Seth Kenny.
And what's the name of the company that he owns?
PDU Props and Arms.
And what about the blank ammunition? Who provided that?
Seth Kenny.
In terms of the dummy ammunition, can you explain to the jury what the situation was with dummy availability at the beginning of the movie?
We had, Seth Kenny and another vendor named Billy Ray had provided a few boxes of dummy rounds.
were those dummy rounds 45 long Colt?
No.
So at the beginning of the movie, had Seth Kinney provided any 45 long Colt dummies?
No.
At some point during filming, did Mr. Kinney provide 45 long Colt dummies?
Yes.
And how were those provided?
Hannah had requested for 45 long Colts, and on one of our weekends, around October 12th, I went and picked them up from Albuquerque on one of her days off.
So you picked up the first box of 45 long Colt dummies from Mr. Kinney on October 12th.
Correct.
Was that the only box of 45 long Colt dummies that Mr. Kinney ever provided?
Correct.
When Ms. Gutierrez brought the gun belts and they already had the dummy rounds in them, if you recall, did she also have boxes of dummy rounds?
I don't remember what she provided.
Okay. You just don't recall?
I just don't remember. No.
Okay. Was there an issue with the 45 long Colt dummies? Were you struggling? Did you guys not have enough?
As far as I was concerned, Hannah just had requested them. I felt like we had plenty to work with, but she said that they just didn't, the ones that we did have just didn't fit quite as right.
Okay. In terms of the dummy rounds, during the time that you were working on Rust, who was the person in the position to make a decision about whether or not to use dummies?
Hannah.
Was there ever a time that you heard anyone else, a crew member or a cast member, request that dummies be put in a gun?
No.
During the time that you were working with Ms. Gutierrez on Rust, approximately how many times that you're aware of were guns dummied up? Were dummies put in guns?
I don't recall. A handful of times, maybe.
A handful of times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you participate? Were you handling the dummies?
Yes.
And why were you handling the dummies?
It was usually if there were 2 or more guns on set to move things along, because I was also acting as an assistant for her when it came to the weapons.
Okay, so you're the prop master. Technically, she's kind of under you, but you were also sort of her assistant.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to your handling of dummy rounds on set, where were they? How would you get them? Did you get them from Ms. Gutierrez, or did you have access to them?
I had access to them.
And where were they located?
Originally on the prop truck, and then as far as I know, we brought them on the cart when we needed them.
Okay. When you loaded a gun with dummies, what did you do to make sure that the rounds were dummy rounds and not live rounds?
Rattle them.
Did all of the dummy rounds that you handled, did they all rattle?
Yes.
Were there any dummy rounds on set that had holes in them?
Yes.
And did you ever handle any of those?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load dummy rounds into any of the revolvers?
I wasn't paying attention to her loading them.
You weren't paying attention?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you load the revolvers with all the dummy rounds, or was that something she did also?
She did them as well.
Okay. In the entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of a single time that you saw her rattle a dummy?
I can't recall.
You don't recall ever seeing her do that?
No.
Okay. And does that mean she may have and you just didn't see it?
Correct.
Were you guys working pretty closely together?
Yes.
And you don't recall ever seeing her do that?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, do you recall any time that dummy rounds were loaded into a lever action rifle? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
You know the rifle I'm talking about?
I am.
Okay, do you recall an occasion when dummy rounds were loaded into that rifle?
I remember blanks, but not dummy rounds.
Okay. Did you ever load blanks or dummies into that rifle?
No.
Did you ever load blanks or dummies into the revolver that was Mr. Baldwin's prop?
No.
And why not? Was there some kind of a division of labor agreement there?
Hannah was just working closely with Alec, and so when Alec requested the guns, he would call for Hannah.
Okay. And you never loaded or unloaded it?
No, not that I recall.
Give me just one moment. So, to be clear, the only 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought to the set was the one box from Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And do you know where the other 45 long Colt dummies came from?
No.
When you were working on set, did you occasionally take photos with your cell phone?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking photos with your cell phone?
Mainly for continuity.
And what do you mean when you say continuity?
With continuity, during a scene, you do several takes during the scene, and you just want to make sure that with the props that they look exactly the same throughout each take. So you want to make sure that there's continuity throughout the entire scene.
And I'm going to shift gears for a moment. Did you bring onto the set the dummy rounds from Billy Ray?
Yes.
Were those 45 long Colt?
No.
And what day did you bring those onto the set?
I brought those ones on prior to filming, I believe.
Okay, so it would have been before October 6th.
That one I can't recall. I don't remember what date it was.
Okay, is there anything, do you have anything that would refresh your memory? Would it refresh your memory if you looked at your phone, or is that information not in there?
It might be in an email, on an invoice.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Give me just one second. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of States Exhibit 162 and States Exhibit 163 and ask for permission to publish once we're connected.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 162 and 163 is admitted. You may publish.
So we're currently publishing what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 162. Ms. Zachary, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a photo that you took?
Yes.
On what day did you take that photo?
On October 10th.
And how do you know that?
Because it is in my phone and I saw the date on it.
Okay. You actually looked up the date, is that
Yes.
right? So this photo was taken 2 days before you brought the 45 long Colt dummies onto the set from Mr. Kinney.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 163. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
It is a photo of dummies in Alec Baldwin's holster rig.
And has that also been referred to as a bandolier?
Yeah.
Okay. But so this was Mr. Baldwin's prop. This was his gun holster.
Yes.
Do you recall the date that you took this photo?
October 13th.
October 13th. And if you recall, was Mr. Baldwin's holster a holster that was provided by Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Where did that holster come from?
Seth Kenny had it specially made for Alec Baldwin and he shipped it out to us.
And are you the person that received it?
Yes.
When you received it, did it already have dummy rounds loaded in it?
No.
Do you know who loaded the dummy rounds into Mr. Baldwin's holster that we're looking at here in 163?
I don't remember specifically if it
Okay.
was me or Hannah.
But it would have been one of the two of you.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Zachary, I'm gonna take you to October 21st of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, to the best of your recollection, what was happening on set prior to the lunch hour?
It was a very slow-moving day because a few hours into that day we had learned that the part of the crew, or part of the camera crew, had left production and we were working on getting a replacement team that day.
So was there a delay in filming that morning?
Yes.
And when there's a delay in filming, what do you do? Are you still busy doing props?
I was coordinating with the art director about props for later that day, but otherwise we weren't really actively working.
And given that they weren't filming anything, was Ms. Gutierrez very busy?
No.
So would she have had time that morning to do whatever she needed to do?
Sure.
And at some point, does filming begin again?
Yes, but I don't remember what time.
Okay, would it have been before or after lunch, if you recall?
We moved up to the church to a different scene. We did have one scene that we were filming that morning, but then sometime later that morning we moved to the church for a new scene. And as far as I remember, we only got in a rehearsal, but we weren't really actively working yet.
Okay. And do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
What happened after lunch? What were you doing after lunch?
After lunch, we drove back in the van to set and Nicole, Hannah, and I had retrieved the guns out of the safe and returned them back to the church. And then I had learned that I had forgotten one of the guns in the safe, so I went back to retrieve it. And
Okay, hang on.
okay.
Were you and Hannah and Ms. Montoya handling any guns prior to the lunch hour?
To take back to the truck, yes, and then in the one scene that we did, the actors had their guns holstered. So
when you say to take back to the truck, tell us what you mean to take back to the truck from where?
So when we were breaking for lunch, we were taking the guns back from the cart and locking them up in the safe on the prop truck.
So the guns were used in the morning. Do you recall when the guns were used in the morning, were dummies put in them?
I don't recall that, no.
And is that something that you think you would recall, or?
No, I don't remember what the scenes were entirely. I don't know if it was more than one scene.
Okay. But guns were brought out and used in the morning session. You just don't know if they had dummies in them or not.
Correct.
So after lunch, the three of you go and you pull guns out of the safe.
Correct.
And are you all there together?
Yes.
You can see what the other person is doing.
Yes.
How far is the prop truck from the church?
Couple 100 yards, maybe more than that.
So did all three of you take guns in your hands up to the area where the church was?
Yes.
And when you got up there, what did you guys do with those guns, if you recall?
Laid them on the prop cart.
And then, is that when you went back to the truck?
I know that I had loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, and when I had realized that I'd forgotten Swen's gun, I had said that I was going to go back to the truck. Hannah said that she was going to go check Alec's gun with Dave, and Nicole stayed with the cart.
When you say you loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, what did you load it with?
I loaded it with dummies.
And where did you get those dummies from?
They were on the cart.
Did you take them out of a box, or were they just laying there?
They were in a cup holder at the top of the cart.
Okay. Is that the only gun that you loaded dummies in that afternoon?
Swen's as well, Swen Temmels.
Okay, so you go back to the truck, you get Swen's gun, and then do you come back up to the church?
Yes.
And where are you when you load that gun with dummies?
I believe at the cart.
At that point in time, if you recall, where was the cart?
It was outside of the church, several yards away.
Okay. So after you put the dummies in the gun, and I'm sorry, did Ms. Gutierrez walk away from the cart with Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Yes.
And who put the dummies in Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Hannah.
Did you happen to see or take note of where she took the dummies from to put in the gun?
She says she was going to check it with Dave, so I assume the church.
No, I mean when she put the dummies in. Did you see her?
No.
Okay, you don't know where she got those dummy rounds from?
No.
So then she says she's going to go in the church and check it with Dave, is that right?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Gutierrez again?
No.
When is the next time that you see her?
After the incident.
So the two revolvers that you loaded with dummies, Mr. Ackles' gun and the other gentleman, What happened to those revolvers?
I believe I threw them away.
No. What happened to
sorry.
the revolvers?
The revolvers, we took them back to the truck with the rest of them.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. I know. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. I know. It's not the easiest of things. You take the Ackles gun and Swen's gun and you put dummies in them, right? Mm-hmm. What do you do with the guns at that moment?
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll get you there. It's all right.
I took them to Dave to check, and then I gave them off to the actors.
So you provided them to those actors and then they were out of your hands?
Yes.
And did you touch any other guns or dummy ammunition prior to the incident?
No. Not that day.
Right.
Okay.
Not that day. Thank you. So after you hand those guns off to those actors, what do you do? What are you doing when the incident occurs?
I am at the prop cart with Nicole, prepping props for the next day, going over the preliminary schedule.
So you're at the prop cart, and do you have any idea where Ms. Gutierrez is?
No.
What happens next?
I hear the gunshot go off and Joel scream.
When you heard the sound, what did it sound like to you? Did it sound like something that you were accustomed to hearing?
No.
How did it sound compared to, you've heard blanks go off, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. And how did this compare to the sound of a blank?
It was louder.
How long after you heard that sound did you hear Mr. Souza scream?
Immediately.
And did you have any idea what happened?
No.
What did you do when this happens? Tell us what happens next, and how are you able to determine that something urgent is happening?
I was asking around what happened. I originally thought it was a special effects rig that went off, and they were telling me that it was a gun, and I asked them whose gun it was, and they said, well, Alec's gun is in the church. And then I had walked over to Jensen. He was looking in the church, and I could see Joel on the ground clutching his shoulder.
What happened after that?
Jensen told me to get the guns to safety.
And so what guns did you take, and where did you take them?
I took Jensen and Swen's guns back to the cart.
To the prop cart that was located right there?
Correct.
And did you do anything with the guns when you got them to the prop cart?
I put them in their socks.
Did you take the dummies out at that point in time?
Yes.
Why did you remove the dummies from the guns right there at that point in time?
Because after they're not being in use, you completely empty them.
Now, dummies are props that are reusable, correct?
Correct.
So you removed the dummies from the guns, and what did you do with the dummy rounds after you removed them?
I believe I threw them away.
And why did you throw them away?
In a state of shock and panic, I think it was a reactive decision.
And did you tell anyone that you threw those dummy rounds away?
No.
At some point in time, did you disclose that information to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're dealing with these other 2 revolvers and taking the dummy rounds out of them, and you said you threw them away, was there just a trash can right there?
It was a few feet away from the cart.
That was where you threw them?
Yes.
What do you do next, and what's happening next?
I don't know the order of events, but I know that I had called Seth Kenny. He didn't pick up my call, and I texted him emergency, and then he called me back.
Why were you calling Mr. Kinney?
I'm not sure why I did. He was kind of my mentor throughout this process, and I just called him. I told him what happened, and he was also freaking out, and that's all I remember.
And what did you tell him happened at this point in time? Did it occur to you that someone had been shot?
I didn't know Halyna was hurt. I just knew Joel was. So I told him that Joel was shot.
And at this point in time, has it occurred to you that Mr. Souza was injured by a live round?
That was my impression, but I didn't physically see his wound.
Okay. Because in your experience on movie sets, do dummies or blanks cause people to fall down and scream?
No.
So, when you spoke to Mr. Kinney, did you, if you recall, did you tell him any of the details about which gun it was or who loaded it or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
How long do you think that phone call lasted?
30 seconds, a minute.
Okay. After that phone call, what did you do?
Like I said, I don't know the order. But I know at some point, I had talked to Hannah. She was in the middle of a breakdown, and she showed me the rounds in her hand, and she said, I swore I shook them, and I could visually see that one of them didn't have the bullet anymore.
Okay, and her statement to you was, I could swear I shook him, or I swear I shook him. Okay.
Yes.
And before I forget, I still have State's Exhibit 163 on the screen. Do you know whose hand is in that picture? Who's holding the holster?
It's Hannah.
So, at any point in time, did you, well, after, and I understand you don't know the order of things, but after, if it did in fact happen after, Ms. Gutierrez shows you the rounds in her hand, do you know, was Mr. Halls there at that time?
Not next to me. At one point I saw him next to Hannah with the gun by the church outside of it.
Okay. So, what happens next?
After that, I go back to the cart and I start rattling dummies from a box. And I notice that some of them don't rattle like they're supposed to.
And did you tell anyone what you realized?
Nicole was standing right there, and she saw. And then I had told the police later down at base camp.
You told them
that some of the rounds didn't rattle.
Okay. And at some point later, did you mention to Ms. Gutierrez that you thought like more than half the box didn't rattle?
Yes.
Do you think that more than half the box had live rounds in it?
No.
Why do you think? Why did you make that statement to her?
Originally, when I was checking it, like I said, it was chaotic. I was in shock and I was frantically rattling the rounds. But as time went on, I realized that I had forgotten that some rounds might have had a hole on the side of the rounds.
So there were some dummies in there that weren't rattlers.
Yes.
Okay, they had the hole in the side.
I didn't visually see it, but I noticed that there were a couple rounds in there with silver primers.
Okay, you noticed some silver primers.
Correct.
To the best of your recollection, do you know how many silver primers you saw?
Possibly 2 or 3.
Okay. And did you rattle those or try to rattle those?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I was on my way back with Nicole and Daniel, the art director, to take the guns back to the truck. And then I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell asking me to bring Hannah's personal bag to her. And so Nicole and Daniel continued to take the guns back to the truck while I did that.
Who was taking the guns back to the truck?
Nicole and Daniel, the art director.
Daniel Ornitz.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't take the guns back to the prop truck?
No.
When you were looking in the ammo, in the box of dummies, is that something that you just did on your own, or did anyone instruct you to do that?
I don't remember.
Did you take anything off of that prop cart other than the dummy rounds that you've indicated you took out of those 2 revolvers? Did you take anything else and move it back to the prop truck or anywhere else?
No.
Did you throw anything else away other than those dummy rounds?
No.
And Ms. Zachary, I have to ask you this. Did you bring live rounds onto that movie set?
No.
When the box of Seth Kinney 45 long Colt dummies came on set on October 12th, did anyone inspect that box?
No. Seth did.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez inspect that box after it arrived on set?
No.
Did Mr. Kinney ever instruct you or ask you to plant evidence or destroy evidence?
No.
After the incident, after you pulled the rounds out of the box, what were you doing after that? Did you take a timeout? What was happening?
I went back down to the town. Police were telling everybody to leave the area, and I was having a panic attack in the town, and Jensen and Swen came to console me, and we were just talking about what happened and what might have happened.
Okay, you visited with those gentlemen about it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. We understand that you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of armor duties. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of prop duties. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that she didn't have enough time to focus on her armor duties because she was so busy doing prop work?
I don't recall that being an issue.
Did it seem to you as her co-worker that she was stretched too thin and didn't have enough time to do her armor duties?
No.
Let me just review my notes real quick. Do you recall there being a time during filming where there was a discussion about doing firearms training with the child actor?
I do.
And what was your understanding of whether or not that was permitted?
Production didn't want to allow it because of the actor's age.
And if you recall, what was Ms. Gutierrez's response to that?
I know that she had wanted to train the actor off-set with the permission of his provider.
His guardian?
Yeah, guardian, yeah.
Okay. So production had told her that she couldn't do it, and she was going to do it with the guardian's permission. Is that correct?
As far as I remember.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that ever took place?
I don't.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, we're going to take our evening break today. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please do not look up anything about the movie production or this trial, okay? Don't do any research on your own. Thank you.
All rise.
We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow.
County prosecutor who's also been appointed as counsel on this case. We are holding hearings on various motions scheduled for this morning. Before we get started, the court will note there is a order governing courtroom conduct that's in effect in this case. According to the terms of that order, other than what's been specifically authorized by the court, there's not to be any unauthorized photography or recording of these proceedings. And if you have any personal devices that will go off or make a sound, please make sure those are silenced. If they do go off during the proceedings, I'll instruct the bailiff to take those and hold them until we're concluded with our motions this morning. So scheduled before the court are various motions, including a motion as it relates to a reconsideration of the court's previous order on video and photographic coverage of the trial in this case. That's scheduled to be heard this morning. We've also got the state's motion to amend the indictment, the state's renewed motion to reconsider change of venue. We've got the defendant's motion in limine, requesting a motion in limine to limit the state to consistent arguments. There's also 2 additional motions filed by the defense relating to a request to strike the death penalty in this case. So we'll take these matters up in the order I just announced them. So let me just inquire first, starting then with the reconsideration of video and photographic coverage. Is the state ready to proceed with that motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who will be arguing that?
I'll be arguing that motion.
Very well. And then is the defense ready to proceed on that motion? Yes, Your Honor. All right. I'll note also on that motion, the court will permit and has considered briefing that was submitted by interested parties. Wendy Olson representing those interested parties who will be allowed to submit argument for today's hearing. Is Ms. Olson present here? I am not. Thank you. And you'll be presenting argument today in addition, is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. All right. The court will permit that as well then on the motion. So we'll start then with procedurally on the motion. The court had entered a order in the what used to be the companion case of 22-21-16-24 State versus Lori Vallow, and that applied to both cases. The court thereafter had concluded that when that trial was complete, the issue of coverage would be reconsidered here, mostly for the reason that there was a mutual request in the Lori Vallow case, which the court considered, and the parties are in a different posture here where the defense has requested that the court permit photography or video of the trial here, Mr. Pryor on behalf of his client, and we're at different proceedings, a different case now, and that other case has been concluded. So based on that, the court mentioned to counsel in a status conference that we would address the issue today, and then I issued an order on October 11th that we would hear argument on the issue today concerning camera coverage of this case continuing, as well as the trial that's scheduled for March of 2024. So at this time, the court would note I have reviewed the briefs. I'll begin with the state's argument on the issue here. After that, I'll hear from the defense, Mr. Pryor, and then finally after that, Ms. Olson, if you'd like to make any argument on behalf of your clients, you can do that. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, respectfully, I'd actually ask that we reverse that order. This is technically the defendant's motion, and the interested party agrees with the defendant. The state is in a responsive posture. We'd ask to be able to go after them to be able to respond. That being said, if you want me to go first, I can go first. I just think that would be the appropriate manner to proceed in.
All right, and I don't mind switching the order given that. Mr. Pryor, your thoughts?
Well, Judge, my thoughts are simply this, is that unlike the change of venue, which was the prosecuting attorney trying to have a court reconsider a motion without any lawful authority, because in the venue there is no lawful authority for them to cure a motion to reconsider. In this particular case, it was the court's own initiative that said that given the posture that they would do a motion to reconsider, and the court is well within its right to do that. In essence, what it is, Judge, is it's a first-time motion to allow cameras, and as such, I think that it's proper that the state go first and followed by the defense and Ms. Olson.
All right. Quite frankly, I'm not sure that the order matters that much in terms of how persuasive the arguments would be. I would note it was the court that raised the issue sua sponte in its order to review the issue given where we're at. Mr. Wood, I'll hear your argument at this point, and then I will hear the response from the others. I'll allow a rebuttal, however, after they've made their arguments. So if you'd like to present argument now, you can.
Very well, thank you, Your Honor. So the motion before the court is whether or not we allow live broadcasting or cameras into the courtroom. I want to start out, I understand these are adversarial proceedings. We do not, the state does not see the media in any way as an adversary. We are grateful for the media. We respect the media. There's a reason why the right to a free press is in our Constitution and one of the first things mentioned in the Bill of Rights. We understand they have an important role in preserving government transparency. They have an important role in informing the public. And so we do respect them. This argument is not at all about whether or not the media should be allowed in the courtroom. They should be allowed, and we're glad they're there. In terms of broadcasting the trial, and the state at least is going to address broadcasting the trial and broadcasting any further pretrial hearings. We shouldn't fix what isn't broken. This court made a very good decision. I believe it was in September or October of preceding of last year. And we think the court was correct when it made that decision. We think that that decision led to more professional proceedings and helped in preserving the rights to the parties, the rights of the parties to a fair trial. Again, we're not arguing that the media should not be allowed in the courtroom. In our brief, we talk about that. The right of the public and media is important in the courtroom. This specific issue is addressed in an Idaho Court Administrative Rule 45. This court has sole discretion over this matter. It's not even appealable by any of the parties. So the state has raised these issues several times. We actually raised this in the previous case before a preliminary hearing. Our concern, I'm going to talk quickly about pretrial hearings. Pretrial publicity can impede the ability of the parties to a fair and impartial trial. This cannot be denied, and it rose its head in the last trial. Individuals who had seen specific media programs were automatically cut from the jury. We expect that issue will be raised again. And while the state doesn't necessarily agree with a wholesale cutting those individuals out, we understand the concern of when someone has consumed too much media about a case, that it may make it difficult for them to render a fair and impartial verdict. And so in terms of at least pretrial hearings from here until the trial, the state's biggest concern there, and this might be our biggest concern overall, is if any of those hearings deal with evidence that we will be discussing at trial. We believe that by broadcasting it, it makes it even more easy to consume by the public, by the mass public, and creates further issues when picking a jury. And again, we've already seen it. This isn't a hypothetical. It's happened. There's no reason to believe it won't happen again. Again, we're not saying the media shouldn't be allowed to report. They should. That's important. There is a difference between reporting, though, and the ability to live broadcast. And there's nothing in the law that states that they have to be able to live broadcast. In terms of trial, and I don't want to regurgitate everything that all the issues I raised in my briefing, there's a lot of people who are called to witnesses in this case who want nothing to do with it. They're not there because they want to be. They didn't get dragged into a triple murder, horrible case, a sordid case, because they wanted to be a part of it. And the state is concerned, and we think validly so, about the effect on witnesses of knowing their face is being plastered on TV for millions of people to see. It's already hard enough to get on a witness stand, be placed under oath, and then to be direct examined, to be cross-examined. Trial gets aggressive. And then to have that added pressure of knowing My next door neighbor can watch this. The people I go to church with can watch this. It's not conducive, especially in a case like this, to a fair trial for either of the parties. We understand that the defendant has a different position on that. We believe strongly that having live broadcasting this trial only makes it more difficult to get to the truth of the matter. As stated before, we do not believe that visual broadcasting is necessary for a transparent and a public trial. We believe in an open and public trial. Transparency does not require mass publicity. And there's no rule, there's no law that says that it does. And I would note, and I put this in my brief, at the last trial, at Lori's trial, there was a lot of reporting, and it was minute by minute. I called it live tweeting. I don't know if there's a specific other phrase for that. But where multiple reporters in the courtroom or in the auxiliary room were able to live tweet, and that was great. I fully support that, and in as much as we were able to follow it, it appeared to be very accurate and timely. And so the public, the interested public, was able to follow by the minute what was happening in the trial. They didn't need to watch it. They still got that information. And again, as far as the state could tell, it was accurate information. It was a job well done by the individuals reporting on the case. And so not only that, there's a transcript. People can obtain the transcript. There was an audio recording that was provided at the end of each day. And so in terms of a transparent and public trial, we don't have to point cameras in people's faces for the trial to be open, transparent, and public. I would quickly note, the state is aware, many of the victims in this case feel differently than the state. I know there was news articles about that last time. We don't technically represent the victims. We respect them and their desires, and it's appropriate for the court to know they don't necessarily agree with us on this. And so if we keep the status quo, if we keep it where it's at, there's no risk of a non-public trial. There's no risk of a non-transparent trial. The state doesn't see an upside to bringing cameras into the courtroom. It worked well the last time. Again, we shouldn't fix what isn't broken. And I put this in my brief, and if the court decides to change its decision, we respectfully request a few things. We would ask, and this hasn't been an issue lately, and it wasn't an issue at the last trial, but just, I guess, preemptively, we would specifically request that no media microphones be placed at counsel's table, as took place in some of the other pretrial hearings. We believe that violates Idaho Court Administrative Rule 45C, or at least has a very grave ability to violate that rule. We would ask that the court consider alternatives to live visual broadcasting, such as still photography. And should the court allow visual broadcasting, we would ask that the court essentially retain tight control on that, at least while it's being done. As this court is aware, once video is made and public, the court loses any and all control by rule over what happens with it. But we would ask that the camera placement be limited. We think a good model would be Ms. Vallow or Ms. Daybell's sentencing, in which I believe there was a camera on the court and one camera pointing at the parties. There was no zooming in on attorneys, on witnesses, on victims. And so we would ask that if the court does change its decision, that it do so within that framework to maintain the fairness of the trial. Again, we do not believe that live broadcasting is necessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the argument, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
Judge, the primary reason for Mr. Daybell requesting the cameras is to allow his family to view the proceedings. They would like the opportunity to watch on TV and to see how the trial transpires, and those children that aren't going to be witnesses would like to be able to do that. It's extended family as well. That's our primary reason for doing that. I'm concerned about live streaming because that allows, in my opinion, less control. Cameras, in addition, in the courtroom, we'd lose a little bit of control as well. But I'd be more concerned about a cameraman who's, while this thing has been proceeding, has snapped 1,000 pictures of me and Chad while we're sitting here. That's a bigger concern for me than the actual cameras. We can't control what this cameraman's doing and the pictures he's taken. He's been snipping along, and I'm sure I'll be seeing them with Mr. Eaton's website later today or tomorrow. The court, however, can put some conditions on a live camera. And on a live camera, like Mr. Wood pointed out, and I wholeheartedly, and quite frankly, Mr. Wood, I agree almost with everything you say. He makes a good, valid argument, Judge. However, the overriding concern is that when our founding fathers started the process of deciding that there would be a public trial, we didn't have cameras. We didn't have ability to broadcast this. And the idea behind a public trial was that if you brought allegations against someone and they wanted to answer those allegations, they should be able to do that in a public forum. And the stay of media and the amount of attention, and I do disagree with Mr. Wood. East Idaho has been saturated with media attention on this case, but the reality is this is a national case. It has garnered tremendous attention. And a public trial is just not limited to people coming from Fremont County to sit in the courtroom and watch the proceedings. And having sat through the entire trial of Lori Vallow and watched the entire proceeding, there were issues with the live feed. I'm opposed to the live feed. I just didn't think it worked. It wasn't pragmatic. It wasn't practical. I think that let's use the professionals who know how to do this. I don't like the idea of a camera being pointed in my face for what's going to end up being 8 to 10 weeks. I dislike even more a photographer taking pictures of me while we're sitting here. And I'd much rather have a cameraman with that. And Mr. Wood pointed out some of the restrictions that we could apply. And I agree with what he said. No mics at the tables. I guess if you have to point the camera at Mr. Daybell and I, go ahead, and Mr. Wood and his group as well, and at the witnesses. But part of the reason behind a public trial, Judge, is accountability. And that's a big overriding factor. And when you're talking about due process and people having a fair right to a public trial, accountability is important. And as much as I don't like the idea of being on live TV, national TV, and I don't like the idea of it at all, the reality is it keeps everybody honest. It keeps the system honest. It keeps the witnesses honest. It keeps everybody honest. And and I'll disagree with Mr. Wood in just this regard. The fact that you have a camera on you, the fact that people are watching this in a public, much like when our founding fathers, you had to answer questions in a public forum, that makes the system honest. And that really is what the driving force, Judge, is allow the public to see this in an honest way, be able to see the entire evidence, not what press releases that people are releasing, not what certain news media report. Let's allow the public to see this in a public way and allow what really should be a public trial. And again, allowing Mr. Daybell's family to review the proceedings. You could imagine, Judge, that if they show up to court, they would be inundated, whether it was here or anybody else, with the media hounding them and the victims as well, and everybody else who's involved in this, allowing them people to watch this in a public setting. There is one caveat. By doing this in a public with live cameras, Judge, that does create a concern for whether or not witnesses are watching the proceedings. And I guess I don't know how the court would address that, and that's something the court does need to look at. That doesn't change my position that I believe it should be a public hearing with cameras, but controlling how witnesses are limited in watching the media, and maybe the prosecutors and I could work out something with all of our witnesses saying, you know, absolutely no opportunities to view this. If the court allows us to be a public trial with cameras, there's going to have to be some sort of an order that advises all of the witnesses that they are not under any circumstances to review the proceedings or view the proceedings. So that is a concern of mine, but I still stick with our original position that we need to have cameras in the courtroom, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Morning, Ms. Olson. I'll note now we'll hear argument from Attorney Wendy Olson, who's representing EastIdahoNews.com, the Idaho Statesman, Idaho Press Club, and States Newsroom, doing business as Idaho Capital Sun. Brief's been filed. The court's reviewed that, and if you'd like to present argument in support of your position, you can do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for allowing my clients to be heard this morning. As the court noted, the clients are 3 Idaho-based news entities, and then the Idaho Press Club, which is an association of journalists who work on a variety of First Amendment matters to ensure that they can have complete coverage of matters of important interest in the state of Idaho. Your Honor, the entities request the ability to have live audio and visual coverage of the proceedings in this case, consistent with Idaho Court Administrative Rule 45, in a way that will allow the defendant and the state to have their constitutional interests protected in a way that is designed to respect the privacy concerns of jurors and the sensitivities of witnesses, and to really observe the dignity of the courtroom. And I think, Your Honor, that the media entities that are before you here have done that in other cases, and they would want to work with the court on any restrictions the court thinks is important to maintain the dignity of the courtroom, to ensure that sensitive witnesses, maybe only their audio is heard at the time. They would want to work with the court to ensure that whatever guidelines the court imposes, that they would follow. But they think it's important to have cameras in the courtroom and have live audio visual coverage of the proceedings for several reasons. Primarily among them, Your Honor, the point that Mr. Pryor touched on is that we are in an age now where visual coverage of just about every aspect of public life is there, where people really have the opportunity to see with their own eyes, not by sitting in a courtroom, but by sitting in their living rooms or sitting in their offices to watch those proceedings. The Kyle Rittenhouse trial had extensive coverage, TV coverage. Certainly the Derek Chauvin case did. That started out of COVID, but the judge after that realized the importance of having cameras in the courtroom. And then more recently, the Alex Murdaugh trial in South Carolina, where those coverage there was basically from the opening of the trial through the sentencings. And I think that the coverage in those cases showed how, with guidelines from the court, it allows the public to observe firsthand what goes on in the courtroom. I know the court indicated that you read our submittals, our pleadings. I would also ask the court to take particular note of Rebecca Boone's declaration, in where she talks about, she's worked with Idaho courts, Idaho journalists, the law school, to try to improve coverage of our court system. We learn a lot in the public about the executive branch and the legislative branch, but less is known about the judicial branch and how it operates. And I think it's important for people to be able to see firsthand what happens in a trial, how is evidence presented. I think it's important, to the point that Mr. Wood raised, that it's important for them to see the impact that participating in a trial demands from the people who participate in it. It is no doubt, Your Honor, that the criminal justice system, the system that I participated in for most of my legal career, is very hard on the participants. It demands a lot of people. It demands a lot of the lawyers, the court, of the jurors, of the witnesses, of the family members. And I think that covering the proceedings live will allow the public to understand that better, because it is still a relatively rare thing for people to have firsthand involvement in any aspect of court proceedings. I think secondly, Your Honor, why it would be important and helpful to the court to have live audio and visual coverage is it would reduce the demand, frankly, for space in the courtroom. It's my understanding that the attendance at this hearing by the public is less than in past hearings, and maybe that's because the court elected to broadcast this live through the YouTube channel that the courts have used. Certainly, that will help the court with security and with other administrative needs and getting the trial done in a way that is most efficient. And so we think for that reason as well, it would be important to have live audio and visual coverage of the proceedings. And finally, Your Honor, with respect to how that is done, again, the media organizations want to make sure that they are working with the court on all of those things. And I know that the proceedings are being done through the court's technology today, but I would invite the court to not do it that way at the trial if the court allows visual proceedings. And that's really for several reasons, Your Honor. First, it is because the journalists who are experienced camera operators, typically who will do the pool reporting, they have more sensitive cameras, better cameras, and more sensitive microphones that could be placed, not at counsel table, but somewhere else if that is the court's direction. In addition, Your Honor, the court would not have to worry about whether or not there are any technical glitches if the cameras are being operated by the pool camera reporter. Of course, neither the parties nor the court nor the jurors, anybody would want to have interruptions during the proceedings because there was some glitch in the technology. And then I think, Your Honor, again, with having the members of the press who are experts in operating their camera, they would work with the court to ensure that there isn't anything unnecessarily intrusive if they were the ones to operate the equipment, as was done, I think, at Ms. Vallo's sentencing. And so I think for all of those reasons, Your Honor, our clients would like to see the live audio and visual coverage of the proceedings. I well understand, too, both Mr. Pryor's and Mr. Wood's concerns about witnesses watching things that they should not watch before they testify. There's nothing sort of less comfortable as a prosecutor to know your witnesses have received outside information, and then that comes in at cross-examination. And of course, we want to make sure that jurors aren't watching the proceedings. With respect to the jurors, Your Honor, and them reading coverage of the case once they've been set, that's a concern in every trial. The court gives firm instructions about that, and I think as media has evolved, the court's instructions on those issues have had to change over time to include, for example, social media. I know in the federal courts there's a social media instruction that's given all the time now about don't look at social media when you're a member of the jury, and this court can certainly craft instructions that would cover all of the concerns the court would have with respect to the jurors potentially watching anything that comes from the live audio and visual coverage of the trial. Of course, hopefully they wouldn't be watching while the trial was going on. And then, Your Honor, with respect to the witnesses, it really was incumbent upon the parties, and Mr. Pryor alluded to it, to speak to their witnesses and firmly instruct them not to watch and not to be influenced by any other evidence. It's no different than telling them don't talk to other witnesses about their testimony. It's important that their testimony be from their own independent recollection. And those are challenges that are present in every kind of case, and here they're even more so because of the prior trial of Ms. Daybell. And so we would ask the court that in considering those factors, do the things that the court and the parties typically do, which is to give very firm instructions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I do have a few questions for you, Ms.
Sure.
Wilson. Reading through your brief, you go through some policy arguments about why it's important to have cameras in the courtroom for these proceedings. One of your captions is it will help enhance the public's understanding of court proceedings and promote respect for the rule of law. I'll note in my background, I did some federal criminal defense work as a CJA attorney for about 15 years, and I believe you were the U.S. attorney for Idaho during the time I was CJA attorney. In the federal courts, they simply have a rule 53 that there is no permitting of any photographs, any video at all in any federal proceeding. Is that your understanding of how the federal system works?
It absolutely is, Your Honor, and I'm cautiously optimistic that that rule will be changing some. I think it takes sort of a major case with a lot of public interest to move things that direction, and I suspect that the federal charges pending against Donald Trump and others, there is now a lot more just discussion in the media about changing that rule. One of the things we cited for the court was a poll about people wanting to see live coverage of oral arguments in the Supreme Court. I understand that appellate arguments are different animals from criminal trials, but I think the federal system is far behind the state system in terms of allowing coverage of what goes on in trials.
Okay, well, I want to understand that because Idaho leaves it at the discretion of the judge under Rule 45. Some other states want cameras in and have rules governing that. The entire federal system completely bans cameras, and there are high-profile, important criminal cases of great public interest occurring all the time in the federal system. Would you agree with that?
I agree, Your Honor.
And in all of those proceedings, there are never cameras because it's prohibited by federal rule. And so the policy arguments that the public is not going to have confidence in this case or an understanding of what's happening. I just wonder how that's squared with whatever policy drives the federal courts to just simply disallow cameras and take it out of the judge's hand. Don't you think, in fact, the public can still have that same type of confidence in the proceedings and understanding if they want to come and sit in and watch a trial as they do in any federal case?
Yes, Your Honor. I think certainly people who come and watch trials and see sort of firsthand what is going on, and we certainly had those in the federal, we had people who were just sort of trial watchers who would come and watch every trial, and particularly the ones that add a little bit more notoriety, and certainly those individuals well understood what was going on in the courtroom. Not everyone can do that in every case, as Mr. Pryor has outlined here. The family members of Mr. Daybell are not able to travel to Boise for a 10-week trial, and I understand there's a motion pending to change that, but for now in Boise. And I think obviously the federal government is not always ahead on policy issues of state courts or state governments on anything. And I think, Your Honor, my understanding is the federal rule is largely driven by the federal judiciary and wanting to ensure there are no cameras in the courtroom. And I think that will be changing as well, Your Honor. I think we're in a day and age where it is just the case that people want to see it with their own eyes. And federal courts are behind the times on that. And so there's a lot more work that needs to be done by people in the federal system, whether it's judges or former U.S. attorneys or criminal defense attorneys, to be able to articulate what goes on in those criminal courts. And there just isn't that I don't think as good of an understanding. And I do think there have been concerns expressed about outcomes in criminal cases and what it means. And there's a lot less direct information available for people to base that on.
Well, Ms. Wilson, I really appreciate your comments on that. It's really interesting to hear your perspective, having been on both sides of state and federal litigation and this issue. Clearly, there are policies in place in our state courts that maybe are different than they are in the federal courts. So thank you for the well-briefed argument and your oral argument today.
And I thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to present argument and the opportunity to appear in Fremont County, which is a great courthouse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mr. Wood, I will allow a rebuttal argument just from the state at this juncture based on the posture of the case and the comments you made at the beginning. If you have any rebuttal, it's not required, but if there's anything you'd like to add, I'll hear that now.
Just very briefly, and appreciate council's comments. Mr. Pryor did bring up a point that I put in the brief but did not bring up, but it is important to note. And Ms. Olson addressed it as well. And the state's position is by broadcasting a trial, it only makes it easier for potential witnesses to make a mistake of seeing something they shouldn't see, of hearing something they shouldn't hear. At the last trial, this issue came up with a few witnesses, and that was just the audio. The state sends out something with every subpoena. We communicate to every single witness, you're not to watch or listen to any of this trial. Sometimes things still happen, and then we have to deal with that in court, and it takes time away from the jury, it takes time away from litigating the case. This is a long trial. I don't know if it's true. I've heard that the preceding trial in this case was the longest criminal case in Idaho state history. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. But this will also be a very long trial. This will probably be a longer trial. Broadcasting that length of a trial, we just really run the risk, no matter what we say to witnesses, of people hearing things, seeing things they shouldn't. I know just a couple of things from Ms. Olson's comments. And I'm probably not going to, I probably didn't write this down exactly how she said it, but she mentioned that we live in a day and age of visual coverage of everyday life. I don't know that that's really an argument for broadcasting a trial. I don't know that that's a good thing. And we could probably spend hours talking about all the social implications of the fact that we live in a day and age where everything is televised or put on a computer or a phone, and there's videos of everything everybody does. I don't know that that's really an argument that we should contribute to that. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing to turn everyday life into a circus. And I think that broadcasting, even if done responsibly and respectfully, will contribute to that. I just finally end on noting, she mentioned the Kyle Rittenhouse case. I brought this up the last time we litigated this. It's interesting because that judge said afterwards, and I quote, "I'm going to think long and hard about a live television trial again next time. I don't know. I've always been a firm believer in it because I think the people should be able to see what's going on. But when I see what's being done, it's really quite frightening." That was Judge Schroeder from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. My understanding is he said that in regards to the context of a jury bus being followed by some reporters. And we're certainly not alleging that any of Ms. Olson's clients are going to do that. But the reality is by broadcasting, we absolutely will create more of this circus type environment, more of this reality TV environment, this true crime obsession. Again, we believe the media should be there. They should report. They have a right to be there, and the public has a right to have the media there. The public has a right to an open trial. We would ask the court to maintain its current order. We believe it was a good decision then, and all the reasons that it made that decision then still apply today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. All right, counsel, I've been considering the decision on this issue. I am prepared to make a ruling today. However, I do want to take a quick recess to sort of gather my thoughts and prepare for the ruling on the motions. So we'll take a recess here for about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll come back on the bench with the ruling.